Hello? Anybody there? Hello? Ba-dum, pum 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 pum. Oh, well. Let's see what we can do today. Let's see what we can do today. I think everything is ready. At least it should be. No, it's not. Why? The webcam just stopped. Wait a second. Wait a second. Now? Yeah, now, yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning. Hello, Zwei. Hey. How it is going? On my side, all okay. There is a task that we have to do, and it's not a super easy one, but it's an important one. So the way we harvest plants in the game is not really the best, right? Our system is a bit stupid, and I would like to make it better. Let me just change the music quickly. Okay. I would like to make it better. And I really don't have a solution yet. Well, I have a few solutions in my mind, actually, but we will have to reason a bit on it, right? Because there are different possibilities, actually. There are different possibilities, and I have also to refresh my mind exactly how it's working. But for how it's working is easy, because in the wiki we have documented that stuff, right? So I can I'm trying to document as much as I can for future generations. But yeah, so the harvesting should be here somewhere. I don't know if it's called plants or loot or whatever. Harvesting, no, it's called natural resources. How the hell is it called? Natural resources. Yeah, ant location and natural resources, exactly. Hello, Hula. So at the moment, there is someone having problems getting the account created. gmx.com. I don't know. I don't know why some websites are not really accepting. That's a problem though, because I can do the test. I can create an email myself and see what happens. I mean, I did it already with few other accounts, right? Is this thing? Is this the thing? Email. Can I register for an email? Create an account. Okay. Create your account. Can I say planeshift at gmx.com is available? Fantastic. Can I skip all of this, please? Choose a password. Holy shit. I have to do this off screen anyway. No, but I don't. If I type, bro, can you stop putting stuff into it? Okay, you don't see it. If I type, you don't see, right? So we will do this. Okay. Password recovery options, we don't really care. I'm not a robot. Oh my god, I have to select all of this. Last name Ping. We will be called Ping. Date of birth will be 190, okay? Cell phone number, oh my god. Okay, 1 second. I have to do it on the other screen then. Fine, I'm giving you my phone number. Use it wisely. Use it wisely. Thank you for registering. Aha. Okay, now I have a GMX email. So can we try to create an account? Okay, I'm trying now. Create new account. Real name. We can say Planeshift RPG. Email. Wait. Planeshift at gmx.com. Verify email. Yeah, it's me. Country, whatever. China. No, China. No, Italy. Gender, male. Year of birth, 68. Not a robot. Go. Account created. An email has been sent to your address with a link for activation. Okay. I mean, I can report it again to the ISP if this is not working, right? Inbox. Unfortunately, there has been some problem with certain emails that are rejecting our they are rejecting our emails. I don't know why. Spam. How do I check the email like this? Refresh. Okay. Yeah, it seems it's not arriving, but I can check. Hello, who joined? Hello, Dr. Bishnoi. Hey, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to check something. I don't know why. I mean, what we can check the... So the email is going out from... the email... I don't exactly remember where they... I mean, is the email going out of the main website, or is the email going out from... just a second, Just a second. Let's try to see. I don't know why certain domains are not working, but it is a problem, right? We cannot stay with a world domain, which means thousands and thousands of people not working. I mean, that's a problem. That's a kind of a problem. That's a kind of a problem. Okay, let's see 1 second what I can send another email to the ISP. I think it's basically the way the website is set up. that is not PHP mail array. So this file is what? This file is inside autoload functions. This one is inside autoload functions. And he's using PHP mailer. He's using PHP mailer. PHP mailer. Okay, let me try something easy and cheesy. Let me see if meanwhile the email arrived. But I guess no. It's not in spam. So I need to understand one thing first. I need to understand which is the server that is sending that email, because I need to understand which is the server that is sending that email. I don't think it is production, right? No, it's not production. Because in production, that directory doesn't even exist. It is actually the website. It is PlaneShift IT that is sending out that email. Yeah, autoload. There it is. Functions. Yeah, there it is. It is that thing. Okay. Okay, so let me try something simple to see. We can say PHP mailer gmx.com fails to receive. Let me see if there is why PHP mailer is not sending messages to gmx the mail. Good point. I do not receive mail from PHP mailer. I have probably set up PHP mailer, but yeah, actually this problem seems to be kind of present, right? Seems to be kind of present. So the internet kind of knows about it. So usually it's just a setup, right? So basically, to prevent spam, right, certain providers are adopting stricter rules and are requiring the server that is sending the email to have certain characteristics, right, or certain setup, right, certain certifications and verifications, right? Why people are answering so stupidly? I mean, this guy is saying he's only not sending mail to one domain, and this guy is saying, do you have an SMTP server? I mean, what the fuck? I mean, if he's sending it okay to others, obviously. Now, one thing that I can check if I have any access, but I don't think I have absolutely any access to the machine logs, right? Because that website is we only have the ownership of the directories, but we don't have the ownership of the machine. So the world machine, so we cannot manage the world machine. We can let me try to log in a second. What the hell? Okay. I mean, I'm on the other screen because I have to access the control panel and it's a bit complex, but okay, hosting. Let me see if there is any way for me to see the log. Well, I can see some logs. Nah, I cannot see shit. I cannot see shit. But anyway, it's happening again. Hey, the only thing I can do, I can ask the ESP to the ISP to check. I mean, for one of the let me see another thing. PHP mailer. Let me see if there are other parameters that I can pass, right? From, name, address, reply to, string attachments, subject body. Yeah, exactly. The problem is that I don't have access to this, right? I can try, but I don't have access to that. So the mail log is something that is outside of my control. If I try to go var mail log, it will just tell me, sorry, you cannot, right? Yeah, exactly. So I have no way to check. I have no way to check the log. I have no way to yeah, but it's pretty evident that it's not working. I think it's a filter. I think it's a spam filter. I think it's a spam filter for sure. It's a spam filter. Okay, what I will do, I will create a new ticket. I did it already. I will do it again. I don't think if it's I don't know if it's gonna solve, but I'm gonna create a ticket again. I will open another one. I will open tickets until they give me an answer, because this is really there is kind of a problem for us, right? How do I create a new one? Life is not easy. Life is not easy. Okay, 1 second, because I have to do a number of operations that are not very simple. Boom, 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 boom. Ah, please. Okay, I have it. Okay, I can create it here. Okay, I will create a ticket which is basically identical to the previous, because I have already one, right? There was shit, I cannot copy it. Okay. I will type it again, okay. Okay, I will create another ticket now. I would say I'm writing in Italian because it's an Italian website. gmx.com. gmx.com. I mean, my request is at least that they send me the email log, right? I mean, at least we can check if there is any rejection or something. I'm creating the request. Let me spam a bit. Let me spam a bit the server with requests, right? Resend authentication email, and I will use plane shift gmx.com, right? So let me, come on. I will send it few times so that there are enough, right? There should be enough in the log. I mean, the other way would be to get a server ourselves, but it is kind of costly. I created now a test account, which is planeshift gmx.com. Yeah, why is popping up as a weird? Why is popping up as a weird thing? I don't know. Wait a second, because in the thing is popping up crazy. Okay. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do maybe also a password recovery or resend verification email. I think resend verification email is okay. So the account in theory is created, right? It's just that it's not activated. So if I go into the database, this account will exist. Let me see if at least one comes through or zero, eh? Holy fuck. 0 come through. Bro, not even one. Mail collector. No, it's not coming through anyway. Let me try to send an email from my mail, but I think in that case it will obviously work. Let me send a new message to and say hello. This is your verification link. The problem is that we are sending a link, right? Inside the email there is a link, right? There is a link, and I don't know if that link is actually. So let me try to put a link in the email. Okay, I sent it out. So I sent it from my email. Yeah, this one is instantly arriving, you see, and he also has a link. Yeah. So why, right? Why? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's some filtering that I cannot really. Okay, let me finish the creation of the ticket. So this is really locked in environment. Plan shift gen. Okay. Come on. I just want to say that this problem is okay. Fine. Okay, I created it, assuming that I can. What? What the fuck is going on? Okay. Okay, I sent it. I sent a request. I don't know if it will result in anything, but meanwhile, what we can do. Yeah, I can activate him manually, but obviously it's a bit of a pain, you know, if I have to activate people manually, it's kind of annoying. I can do it, but it's kind of painful. Let me just see if my... Let me just see, select star from accounts. I'm still on the other screen because I'm showing, you know, stuff. Select star from accounts where username equal to this thing, right? Because the account for sure is created, right? Yeah, the account is created, the activation email is there. So the only point is that yeah, the guy's not receiving. And then I can activate, right? But even if I activate, yeah, okay, anyway. Okay, let's go back to what we were doing. Potentially this guy will send me his email. Or he will just disappear in the internet, which is fine. Okay. Yeah, we have this problem at the moment with at least two domains. One is free.fr, and now we have also this one, gmx.com. The other one, we had a problem with yahoo.com, but that one was solved. And so that is now actually working as expected. Okay, my ticket has been created. I got the email that has been created and such. Okay, let's go back to what we were doing. So the point is that today, right? That today, our hunt location. So we have two things. We have hunt locations and natural resources, right? And natural resources have been recently expanded to have hello, Dotted Fish. An early stream. Yeah, I started a bit earlier, yeah. Slightly. You're pointless. Hello, Javi. If Oriphilia plant got renamed, no, I mean, no. Now, you should read the message that I sent. Okay, wait. News, what was it? 35? 35, right? 35. So these are the plants that have been renamed, right? So Barberry was renamed into Sapphire Aurelifia, okay? Or whatever is that, right? But the standard one, which is called Aurelifia, is still there. It's not being renamed. My skin, yeah. It's not being renamed, right? So you can, so there are two plants. One is Sapphire and the other is just the basic Aurelifia. And they are still there. The problem is there are not enough locations, right? And this is something I want to change, and we can work on it today a bit. Okay, so it's not being renamed. I mean, it's the new name, it's not the old name. Let me see by any chance after some time something arrives. 0, absolutely 0. And spam is absolutely 0. GG. GG! Okay. Where can I find it? I pasted on the in Discord. You even reacted to it. In Discord there is a black thing which is a spoiler. You can click on it and I tell you roughly the direction. You check plenty. I mean, you check plenty of the west side and it's not there. So yeah, hunt location. So we have two ways. We have natural resources and we have hunt locations. And natural resources changed a bit because now there is an additional column, which, by the way, I think we should document, which is group ID. I think we can actually use this group ID for more. Yeah, item good. So after spawn mesh, there is. Oh wow, this table is very old. This table is very old. Trace mesh, spawn mesh, item group. Yeah, this table is super old. This table is super old. There are 3 more tables which have been added in a real engine, and they are trace mesh, trace mesh, spawn mesh, and item group. And this one are varchar 100. I think it's always good if we keep this up to date, so that if we go back and check it, you know, we have a kind of a reference of what. Item group, I think, is just an integer, no? Yeah, it's an integer. I don't know if it's an int 11, but anyway, it's an integer. So if you search, you can find one video until I'm moving some maps in the game. Well, that would not be very easy. Let me see if there is any. Yeah, there is a comment actually. No. And the last one is item group, which is when we have multiple items associated to this resource, point to the group ID, not the resource item. Yeah. So I think we will have to expand it a bit, because I think it could be this could be the way, right? And this has been used at the moment. This is used by fishing, and this is used by fishing. Okay, so yeah, I would like to yeah, let me expand this, because now it's more than this. It's way more than this. So for fishing, we created a linked table, which is actually natural resource item. As we said, right? Exactly. Create the linked table, natural resource item, natural resource items, and yeah, a natural resource natural resource, let's say natural resource and natural resource item group, right, points to natural resource items, to natural resource item group ID. Okay, it's good that we document this so that we don't lose it, right? And basically this table contains the characteristic of the group, right? This table contains the characteristics of the group. Okay. So for example, for fishes, it contains all the fishes that are I still think upgrading the social pet ability for helping founding rare is still a good idea. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I think we can do it one day, Hula. We can do it. We can do it. I think it's nice if the pet can give you at least direction, right? A rough direction. So like you show him, I think it would be nice if you can show him an item and he's like guiding you toward this item. Obviously it needs to be in a certain range, right? Like he can smell it or something like that. But yeah, that would be cool. I like that as well. I think it's a good idea, but okay, so let's say that let me just do this for fishing, for flowers, for wood harvesting. These are very different functionality, right? Wood harvesting, flower plants, and fishing. Okay. So now for flower and plants, basically the only thing that we have at the moment is that if this is the world, right? Let's say that this is the world, right? And I have an area where I want to have that particular plant. I just set the coordinate of that plant and I say, hey, can you please spawn here, right? And at the moment, this is nothing else than a coordinate thing, right? Probably the vertical is not there. Well, no, the vertical is there as well. The vertical is there as well. So it's just a vector with coordinates, right? Nothing else. The problem of this system is that even if it's nice because you find the plant always in the same place, right? It doesn't really feel correct, right? So like when you harvest a plant, it's staying there no matter what. So you can continue to harvest the same plant forever in theory, which doesn't really make any sense, right? So if you harvest a plant, after some time it should just disappear, right? And then maybe born anew in another place, right? So, and that is exactly what I would like to do. Now, our system is a bit stupid in that sense, and it cannot do it, but we can expand it and we can make it do that. So the only thing we need to think is, can we use the same logic of item groups, right? Can we use the same table, or do we need another table, right? So can we use this table? Because the problem is that this table is providing you the coordinates, right? And these are fixed coordinates for the whole natural resource, right? For the whole natural resource. And so inside the item group, unfortunately, I do not have, but we can add it, right? We do not have coordinates again, right? So this table is fairly simple. This table is fairly simple and basically has a group ID, the item reward ID, the nickname, the probability, the skill level. So what I'm thinking is that this table is really not good because, I mean, this table is good for fishing. Where you need multiple fishes in the same area with no different coordinates. But in our case, this thing should be different, right? So I have, well, actually I have two ways of doing it. One way would be that we pre-select, let's say that we pre-select a number of coordinates, right, in the level, and only one is active at a time, or maybe two, I don't know, maybe two. I think it should be a percentage of the number. A percentage of the number? Maybe. So we could say, this color is like killing my eyes. So we could say, okay, this is better. We could say like these two are active out of the 6, right? So 2 out of 6 are active. Then you go here, you harvest a bit that particular resource, and after a certain number of harvesting is depleted, right? Is depleted, meaning that it actually disappears. Now, how many items? Well, how many items we kind of have, because we actually have the amount here, right? So we could use the amount to the problem is that the amount, I think we are already using it for something else. Are we using the amount already for something else? We need to understand that. Let me see when we load from natural resources, right? There is a place where we load from load natural resources. I don't see the amount. What? Is this one? No. Store the action number, trace mesh. We don't read the amount anymore. It is possible because actually the actual amount has been moved to ant location. So I think when we use it only when we use the other system, which is ant locations. In ant locations actually has amount. So it is possible that at the moment that field is completely ignored. Yeah, amount is used here. Amount is used in ant locations, but is not used in natural resources. So actually that field is an empty field. We can use whatever we want, which is kind of nice. So in ant location, we want a visual 3D object to be spawned in a pickable item. When the player picks the item, a new item is scheduled to be spawned later based on configured intervals. Now, I don't know if really that amount... Number of items to spawn in the area. Number of items to spawn in the area. Okay. Create ant location amount. Let me just check one thing. Amount. New ant location amount. New ant location amount. It's really called amount, yeah. It's really called amount. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Make desired amount of items that are not already on the ground. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so amount is not used at the moment in the natural resources. It's not used. The problem is that I will need a bit more than that. So we have two ways of doing it. Or we do it like this, which means we predetermine a number of locations, right? So let me do it maybe a bit more visually so that we reason on it. So let's say that we do so let's say that we have a big land. Whee! Boom. Let's say that we have a big land, right? There can be that land down below, right? This land, right? So what I can do, I can say, oh, on this land, right? On this land, I predefine, right, a number of locations. Right, number of locations. So this means that I have to place them manually somehow, right? But I would say it's okay, we can do that. I have a number of locations like this, where my resource may spawn, right? May spawn, and then whenever you whenever one is available and you harvest, so whenever one is available, so let's say that at the beginning 2 of them gets activated, right? So I don't know, this one and this one, right? So you will search in this forest and you will find 1 year and 1 year. So you start to harvest it, right? And what I want to say is that after a certain amount of harvesting, that resource should actually disappear, right? And another one randomly will appear, so that you have at least to search it a bit, right? In the forest. So there is one way. The problem of this way is that the locations are kind of fixed, right? So when people understand where they are, I mean, there can be many, so maybe it's not that easy to figure out, but at the same time, I think at a certain point, you know, you will just figure it out, right? Yeah. So this is one way. The other way would be So this we can call predefined locations, right? This we can call predefined locations. Predefined locations. Oh fuck. Predefined locations that are appearing and disappearing, right, based on the harvesting thing. Then there is another one which can be spawn, right, in an area, inside an area, right? Spawn inside an area randomly. So basically what will happen in this case is that I will have to so the area is defined by a square or by a polygon, right? If we want, we can also have a polygon. I think it's okay. But the point is that we can have the same place, right? What happened? We can have the same place, right? And in this case we say this area, yeah, I think we will have to do it as a polygon, which has slightly more complexity, but it's fine. We can do it if we want, right? This area is the location where yeah, let me do this for a purpose, right? This area is the location where you can actually spawn randomly those resources. So in this case will be different, right? So in this case we will spawn directly the active ones. So there will be, for example, one active here and one active here, and then when one gets depleted, right, another one is generated randomly inside that area, which seems to be better, right? You could say, oh, this is much better because you can generate it the way you want it, right? And you can I mean, it is way more random because basically we will choose a random position in here. There are, unfortunately, a number of issues with this approach. The first issue, because it seems to be better, right? You say, oh yes, let's go for number 2. The first issue is if the area that you are selecting is very steep, like this one, or it includes a part of the hill which is actually steep, right? This may not really work, because if you're spawning something to pick up here and the player cannot even stop because it's just falling down, right? That doesn't work, right? So you may say, well, you can check. So let's say, what are the problems of this, right? The problems are steep or unreachable area, right? Unreachable areas, right? So you may say, well, there are actually two different topics, because the steep, if you want, you can check the angle. I think you can, I don't know how, but I think you can check the angle of the terrain in that particular spot, and you can say if it's greater than a certain angle, right, don't spawn it, right? Don't spawn it. So like if the area includes this part, which is obviously nearly vertical, right, and and the spawner randomize a location here, we can check the slope and say nope, just randomize another one, right? So in theory, it's not super easy, but check slope angle to validate location, right? That in theory we can do. It's not super easy. The other problem is unreachable areas. Unreachable areas is much harder, right? Because inside of this area that we just selected, like here I did it by purpose, right? This part at the top, maybe there is really no way to reach it, right? Because there are rocks, it's too steep, you cannot go up, right? You cannot climb it. I don't know, there is a collision of something. So I think unreachable areas is really a problem. I mean, the solution may be that you ensure that when you draw your polygon, you are not including any unreachable areas, right? That is a solution, right? But it's not super simple. The other problem is how do you know that you can actually spawn something in that location? For example, the randomizer chooses, I don't know, this location, and there is actually a lamp on it, right? And now the lamp is easy because it's a small item, but it can be a box, right? And so the randomizer needs to understand that if there is a box, you should not spawn a plant on top of it, or even worse, inside of it, right? Because it may happen that is spawning it inside and you will never see it, or you will never find it. We have some certain plants that are pretty small. They're like flowers, right? And the same problem is there with a 3, right? Because with a 3, if you spawn a plant inside its trunk, right, in this location, it will never be visible. And so you basically have to collision check everything, but what do you collision check? Maybe there is a player walking, right? There is a player walking around, and you collision check and you say, no, this is not a valid location. And in reality it is, it's just a player moving. So I will basically have, and then there can be rivers or lakes, right? And if there are rivers or lakes, if there are rivers or lakes, I will have to detect that you cannot put that plant underwater, right? So again, you can fix it by choosing the proper polygon that is not touching, right? But river and lakes, I think, is another big issue, right, of the randomization. River and lakes, right? There can be items on the other part. There can be items on the ground that maybe people dropped, right? Well, this problem is also in the solution number 1, because in the solution number 1, if someone drops a chest on top of a spawn location so that other people cannot see it, and so he will only harvest because he will remove the chest, spawn, harvest, and then put the chest on top of it again. That we cannot really have. No, but since he's moving, he cannot do that, right? I mean, he can grief it, right? He can grief it by putting chest, but the people may see it, but they cannot move the chest until the guy is online. I see. Well, but I think it's a kind of a remote possibility. Yeah, but basically any item on the ground, any building, Anything that may block visibility is a problem. Even scenery objects. Even scenery objects, right? Because you can say, but I mean, the easiest solution is to say, okay, you spawn only when you hit the landscape, and if there is nothing above the landscape, right? The point is that nothing, like look at this position, right? Look at this position. Here we have a 3 above. So if I find this location and I just line trace, I will actually hit the 3, right? I will actually hit the 3. So I think that the method number 2 is very nice if you can select a very large area, because this will allow you to do the work very quickly. But he has some challenges, right? He has some challenges. The challenge of the first method is if the land actually changes, right? Because let's say that you decided that, okay, you're gonna put your locations in this forest here. But then for whatever reason tomorrow here you make a building, right? Or you terraform this with a lake and such. So you will basically have to move all the locations. While if you did it with system number 2, and system number 2 is smarter enough to avoid lakes, unreachable areas, item on the ground, buildings, steep slopes, right? So that will basically automatically work for you. So that's a big advantage of system number 2. That's a big advantage of system number 2. I'm thinking which one I want to do. Let's say the other good thing. So let's say the only problem I see of solution number 1 is that it's a bit longer to decide the location, right? Because you have to decide all the locations manually one by one, right? And that's kind of annoying. And the second is that it may not work if it may break. It may break if you change the terrain, right? One of the is going on, please. Okay, GG. Blah, 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 blah. If you change the terrain, right? So that is now, but there are also there are also pluses, right? So the pro, not the problems, but the pro, right? The pros and cons. So the pro of this one is that it's definitely faster in definition, right? So you define it faster. The pro of this one, I think, is that you you know, that you can have a better quality of the location that you choose. So for example, if you want to have a location that is slightly hidden, right, but still reachable, right, or if you want to choose a location that actually makes sense with the rest of the vegetation, right? So let's say that yeah, like this, right? You like this place because there is this hill, and you want to place here an object, right? So you see it if you go around the hill, but not if you are down there, right? So this will basically be impossible with the second system. Completely impossible, right? So let's say that system number one gives you more, I would say, is higher quality. Let's call it higher quality locations, right? Because you choose them manually. So it's higher quality location, it probably makes more sense. And also the distribution, right? So it's also higher quality distribution because you decide you decide where the locations are. While with the second system, it may be fairly stupid, right? So if it's randomizing, it may be one location here and then the next one is just 1 meter away, right? I mean, we can kind of control that. We can say they should be at least X amount of meters away, but still, if he has to double check all the collisions, he may fail a million times, right? And so at that point, when do you stop, right? So when you fail like 100 times, then what do you do? So if he cannot find a valid location, then what it does, right? Yeah, exactly. So that may be the problem. Yeah, that may be the problem actually. So one problem of system number two is that it may not find a location for whatever reason. There is a wrong collision. There is a bunch of players sitting there. There are items on the ground everywhere, and so may not find a location. Now we can say that, oh, if you don't find a location, try again in 5 minutes, right, or in 2 minutes. But that is a kind of a annoying problem to have. Now, in terms of randomizing, rotation, inclination, sides, that is the same between solution 1 and solution 2. It's the same because I can randomize the rotation when I spawn, right? So it's not a big deal. Maybe we even do it already. I don't remember, but it's possible that we do it. It's possible we do it already. So which one do you prefer? Which one do you prefer, guys? I think I'm leaning toward one, right? The first one, the one on the left. I mean, they are both very nice in their own way, right? But definitely solution number two, the main pro is just faster definition and more randomized. Yeah, and I would say, well, the second big point, right? The second big point is more random, more right, more random, because you will find stuff in locations where you were not expecting those to be. Even if, we can define enough locations here that they basically look random, right? That they basically look random. If there are enough, right? So basically the idea would be I randomize a point for solution 2, right? For solution 2, I randomize a point inside a polygon at a certain height. That height can be something that we decide. I trace down, right? I trace down and I search for any mesh. Any mesh. If there is any mesh of any kind, being an instance foliage, being a static mesh, being a player, being even an animal, right? Even a creature, you just choose another point. If you don't find any of that, you hit the end, you hit the landscape, right? And you hit the landscape. Then you check the slope and you see if the slope is too steep. If it's too steep, you just randomize again. If it's not too steep, you finally spawn your item. And you basically do that every time one resource is depleted, right? Every time one resource is depleted, you schedule another one. So, and you have to ensure that you actually schedule it, because if you don't, there will be no resources anymore in the world, right? So from the data model point of view, number 2 is a polygon definition with a certain height and nothing else. Well, and maybe the number of locations. Yeah, the number of initial locations, and maybe the frequency of respawn, if you want to respawn immediately or if you want to wait some time. For number 1, the data model is just a list of locations plus the same respawn time, right? So you have to decide how many you want at the beginning and what is the respawn time, which is, I think, to me, can be done with the amount column, right? I think it can be done with the amount that we have. That we have here. So this column, well, actually this column in natural resources, yeah, this column. But the big problem remains the location, right? Because I mean, spawn mesh. Can we use spawn mesh? No, we can use spawn mesh. Can we use trace mesh? No, we can use trace mesh. So we need anyway another column to specify the polygon. I mean, the interval is already here, right? We already have an interval, right? The interval is basically the time needed between one spawn and the other spawn. And we also have a max random, which is in addition to this interval. So in theory, we could use these 2 columns already for to decide how frequently the next location spawns. Let me just check one thing. How did I store the No, not the unlocation. Not the unlocation, the natural resource, right? TRA natural resource items. Hmm. Get resource item abandoned group. Ah yes, we do it here. Do it here directly. So we are yeah. So we are yeah. Night and group is yeah. I mean, we can add the location. So we have already. So we will use this with the amount that at the moment is not here, but we will add it back. Right, because natural resource, I think I killed the amount. Yep, I killed it. We will add it again. Because we will use for how many you want at a certain time, right, in that particular resource. And then we will have and then we will have the, well, at this point the item group also needs to include coordinates. There is no way, right? It needs to include coordinates, so we need a location field, which at this point I think we can do as a vector, which is much easier, right? Instead of doing like 3 fields X, Y, and Z, I think it makes no sense. So we will just have a vector. And I mean, the only benefit of having 3 fields X, Y, and Z is that you may do some analysis of the distribution, extracting it directly from SQL, but I think it's pointless, so we can just have a vector field and that's it. So I'm thinking what else I need, right? So I need the amount, which is connected to the item group. I need which I don't know if I even deleted from, did I delete it from here? Natural resource table. Natural resource table. No, I didn't delete it. So this one needs to be changed, right? And this will become that if an item group exists, this will be taken as a number of locations. So I'm really thinking if I prefer option 1 or option 2. I mean, I think option 2 is not, if you think to a field like this, right? You say, oh, in this field, it will just randomize. But how easy it is to, you know, to line trace and find all the possible plants. Maybe there are even plants that are not a problem, right? Like small plants like this. So I will have to like then separate the plants that you can spawn on and the ones you cannot, or you have to find a, and then you may put, yeah, then you may have a range, because some of our plants actually are big. And so how do you know how distant from this tree? So some of the plants will spawn inside, partially inside a tree, and that would be super annoying. Or partially inside another plant, right? Or partially, yeah, like here, yeah, I think number 2 is too hard. Because imagine here, imagine that the randomizer is choosing this point, right? Which is perfectly valid because the slope is okay, but it's super close to this slope. So when it's going to pop in the plant will be off inside this hill. So I think that number 2 has a problem that I didn't really mention yet, which is like adjacent blocking items, right? Which is adjacent blocking items or slopes, right? Which will make this basically impossible to calculate. I mean, very hard to calculate, right? Because you will have to say, oh, not only I need a flat terrain, but I need a flat terrain for that amount of centimeters, right? All around me. And so what you do, you start to do like multiple line traces in an area to understand if there is nothing, or a sphere. You can do a sphere line trace, like a sphere blocking volume, but I think it becomes a mess. I think it becomes really a mess. Maybe I have relics of cultivated land, abandoned farms, or cultural plants. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by relics of cultivated land? Huh? You mean like a very, very, very old cow? A very, very, very old cow, which is a relic? Like an abandoned farm, you can see the fields. An abandoned farm where you can see the fields. No, but this reasoning will be applied to the whole world, everywhere, in all the maps, all the forest, all the places, right? So it is not that I'm saying, oh, I want to apply this in this particular forest here, right? I want to apply it everywhere. Everywhere. Obviously by plants. So there will be plants, there will be, I mean, I can give you the full plan, right? Because I created it somehow. I created it. No? I didn't? Yeah, I did. Wow, it was already 21 of December. So the idea is that we have, you know, different, this is the whole world, right? This is the known world where you can walk today. So there is the main city, it's at the Bronze Door, this is Ojaveda, right? You understand where is this, right? So this world is divided at the moment in biomes, and the biomes are determining the plants, right? I mean the plants, the trees mostly, right? But we have a significant number of plants that you can harvest, right? That, like for example, natural, no. Like for example, Orillifia. Okay, Orillifia, right? Which is in this location. Believe it or not, it exists, right? I have to remove this map, Idla Plaza. But anyway. Here, right? So there is this plant, which is the plant that Javi, what is the name? Javi was searching before, right? It is here. And you can right click harvest, right? You can right click harvest this thing. Now this is at the moment placed in one spot, right? And it's super bad. It's placed in one spot. So what I would like to do, I would like to decide, you know, along these locations, I mean along these natural biomes, right? Which plants are where, and from there we go. But now the point is, do we choose method 1 or method 2 for spawning the plants? You see Jarvis, they are there. Yeah, exactly. This is where they are. So I think that after some reasoning, we choose option 1. Okay, we choose option 1. Because option 2... How do you see adjacent with the A, not with the E, yeah? Yeah, exactly. It is spelled wrong, but anyway. Yeah. So we will choose, this thing will never be correct. No. We will choose option, we choose option 1, guys. We choose option 1. We choose option 1. Option 2, I mean, mainly this one, the adjacent blocking items slopes is a freaking mess. The fact that I have to filter on the line trace all the existing trees, plants, objects, players, creatures, lakes, rivers is really a mess. Is really a mess. So at the end, I think that even if, you know, here it takes a bit longer to decide the location, and it may break it, yeah, if you change the terrain, but I think is a better solution. At least at the moment, I'm thinking there is a better solution. So we choose this one. Okay? We choose it. Done. Okay, now that it's chosen, now that we decided our future, it's always nice to decide your future, right? I was speaking in global. Oh my god, that's a long global thingy. Now that we choose option 1, we have to decide how to model it, first of all, in the database, right? Which fields we need. So we said that we need amount. An amount, we have it already. An amount will be now, do we want amount to be on the natural resource or on the specific location? Actually, I think we need it in both, because one is the amount, meaning how many of the location you want to be active at the same time, right? So this will be locations active at the same time, right? And for this one, we can use the pre-existing amount, which is this one, because it's on the natural resource. Then we need the spawn intervals, and that one also we already have, because when one resource disappears, you want another one to appear. How much time do you want for that resource? I don't know, I think it's a matter of seconds anyway. I don't think we have to wait like 1 hour, right, before another resource appears. I think we can say like 20 seconds. Maybe it should not be instant, because instant will look kind of weird, but I think it's fine if it's you know 20 seconds or something like that. And we can use spawn interval and max random to actually make it a bit randomized, which I think is still nice, right? So these two fields basically we have. These fields we have. These are on the actual resource, right? Then we need the pointer to the item group, and I really don't know if I want to use the same item group that I'm using for fishes or not, but I would say yes, if possible. I would like to avoid another table. So item group we already have, and then on the items, what do we need? On the items we need the actual locations as a vector, right? We need a location vector, and then we need so location vector we don't have, because at the moment in this table, which is natural resource items, there is no location, right? Location is not here, but we can add it. That's fine. We can add it. Now here we actually have a group ID. Yeah, the group ID is good. The reward nickname, we don't really care. What we care is the item reward ID, right? The probability, I think, is still valid, because you may have a different yeah, the probability is still valid, which is the same. Is it the same that we have here or not? Because here we also have a probability. Yeah, in this case this will be like 100%. If you want, we can have it here. We can have the probability, meaning the probability of harvesting, not the probability of that thing existing, right? Popping into the world. It's not the probability of spawning, it's the probability of harvesting. Now, mean quality, max quality is all good. Mean weight, max weight, we don't need. Mean scale, max scale, we don't need, right? Skill level, we need. So we only need the location then? We only need the location to be added, or is something else? We only need a location, guys. Everything else is yeah, we only need a location. Yeah. So there is only one field that we need to add, which is location. I mean, unless we want to say that there are different meshes. Well, there may be a future expansion, right? You may say, oh, you want to have a pool of meshes, but in that case, if you want to have a pool of meshes, I would still put it here under, yeah. We still put it here on the spawn mesh, right? So we can have spawn mesh, this one, comma, another one, another one, another one, another one, right? Yeah. So I think we're kind of good. I mean, it's not too crazy, right? It's not too crazy. So the only problem will be the timer, but again, this will spawn when the server starts. You will read the amount in the natural resource table and decide how many of those needs to be randomized, and you expect to have at least that amount of locations. Obviously, if you don't, now how do we know? How do we know that this is actually? That's a good question though. How do we know that it's not a fish location? Well, no, we know because there is the action type, yeah, which is harvest. Yeah. For the action. So from the action, everything that is harvest, we treat it one way. Everything that is not harvest, we treat it another way. Yep. So in the code, we can say, yeah, I think this thing is good, guys. I think it's okay. I think I can do it. I think I can do it. The only question is the amount, wait, do we want the amount to be different by location? So let's say that you go here, right? You go here, you harvest this, right? You harvest this thing. You harvest it like 5 times, then it disappears and appears in another place. Do you want the other place also to be harvested 5 times, or do you want that number to be random? Should we always apply? I think we can always apply like a plus minus 20%. Yeah, let's do this. I think it's the easiest without going crazy and adding new fields, you know. Yeah, I think we can just randomize, just for sake of variety. We can randomize plus minus 20%, right? I think plus minus 20% is very reasonable, because otherwise, if I don't do it like this, plus minus 20% amount, right? It will be always the same amount, and it feels a bit stale, right? It feels like meh. It feels a bit stale. At the same time, I don't want to add like here 2 other columns, right? Like min max amount, because then I have to set it for all the location. I'm going to go crazy, right? I'm going to go completely crazy. Now the only problem I see is the skill level, because the skill level is decided at the item level, while I think we want the skill level to be decided at the resource level. Yeah, there is also here. So I don't think we will override. I think we will have skill level. So the skill level will not be used in that case, I think. As a player, I just want to know where I can find them. Hey, you will explore, my friend. You will explore and you will see stuff. You will explore, travel around the land, look at the plants, see, oh, are this one harvestable, yes or no, right? Are this one harvestable, yes or no? So you will look at the world and decide yourself, right? You will decide, like, is this one a good one or not? You click on it, you see that it's not harvestable, so no. Is this one a good one? Maybe not. You know, is that one a good one? Yes, it is. Right? So, yup. You see? Now, what is scale? I don't know. I will have to decide the scale. Okay, so I think it's decided, right? In terms of new fields, we only need location. We don't need anything else. We only need location. So we're gonna add it to this table. Well, to this table. That is natural resource items. We will add a new field and we can add it. Where do we add it? I think we can do it even at the end is okay. I mean, in theory should be probably after skill level. No, after minimum quality, because weight and scale are used only for, yeah, let's do it maybe after max quality. After max quality. Okay, and this one will be called what? Will be called location. Opposite location. This will be called locations, right? So there is the X, Y, and Z. This is the X, Y, and Z. Coordinates, right? Of this resource item. Okay. So this means that it needs to become what? It needs to become a varchar something, right? How long can it be? I don't know, we can do 50. We can do... what is the maximum? What is the maximum numbers? What is the maximum number? I don't know. I think the maximum number is like 335239 with a minus in front. So it's 6, 7. Right, I think it's 7. If we do like 10 characters per, so 30 plus 2 comma 32. We do 35. We are more than good. Okay, so this will be a varchar 35. Can it be null? Yeah. I think it should be null. Yeah, it can be null. I mean, in case of fishes, that is actually not relevant, and so it may be null. Yes, and the default is actually null. Okay. So this is our new field. This is our new field that we put under. Under here, right? So we say update natural resource item, natural resource items for new harvesting, right? For new harvesting. For new harvesting. Okay. So that's the thing. For example, getting an NPC that leads you to a good spot. Yeah, there would be different ways, right? I mean, players or player maps or NPC telling you something, yes. I mean, the idea would be that your pet can find them, right? Like the dog for truffles. Dog finding. How do you type? Oh, okay, it's already there. Dog finding truffles, right? Easy.
I feel surrounded by truffles. Chocolate truffles. Truffle chips.
Truffle chips. What do you mean? Where is the dog? Where is the freaking dog? Ah, it is the dog. Ah, look at him, look at him, look at this guy. Look at this guy, huh? Typical truffle guy. No, it was not that one. Are they searching or no? They're not searching shit. Ah! It's doing something. There is a summer truffle. Okay, anyway, you found something. So the idea could be that your pet, you know, is helping you to find stuff. That would be a good idea, I think. Okay, so so we do this. We do the same in the dummy database, so at least it is aligned and we don't, you know, we don't forget. So we do this as well. Okay. Now this will be as a default null, as we said. Yep, location. So there will be an XYZ. So now we need to load the stuff, right? So natural resources, yeah. So that is not inside natural resource, but is inside natural resource item group, right? Which is a subset. Now, obviously, in this case, the reward ID will be the same, right? Yeah. Which is a bit silly to load that, but at the end, we just need a list of locations. So yeah, there is no other way. Okay, so after quality, we add an f vector location, right? That as a default it starts empty, right? It's kind of annoying that is okay. It's kind of annoying that it's putting that. Okay, you can hide it specifically. Nice. Can I show it again in case I change my mind? Probably not. Choo-choo. So there is x, y, z, x, y, x, y, z location, right? So that, yeah. So now the only problem is that on the database we do not have, I don't think the database has a vector type. I think it would be cool if he has a vector type, but I don't think that MySQL is a vector type. Maybe they invented it at a certain point. Let me see. So that we just destroy. Oh, there is a vector. Ah no, but I think it's something else. A vector is a structure that can hold up to a specific number of entry n defined as shown here. Vector n. Each entry is a 4-byte single precision floating point value. Actually, you know, it exists. Interesting. But yeah, let's not make our life harder, because then maybe the vector is being introduced, yeah, only in a specific version, and you know, and we don't have that version, and GG. And our server doesn't have it, and we just go crazy. And we just go crazy, 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 crazy. So how do we read this location, boys? I think we have a vector converter somehow. No? Is it inside string utils? I think it's inside string utils. We have a converter for vector. We have a vector to string, if I remember right. No? We don't. I remember we had vector to compact string. Yeah, exactly. We have this one, which is taking what? Is taking a vector. Yeah, but it's the opposite. This one is the opposite. This one is. We will need it, but we will need it when we store. I don't think we have the opposite. Maybe vector has it. I don't know. Can you vector from string or what? No. Init from string. Very nice. Init from compact string. Previously introduced a compact. To contain v0 or at least one value x, y, and z. No, bro. It's shit. Okay. We will add a function of string utils, and we will call it vector. We will call it string to vector. String to vector. I mean, I have a deja vu. I think we had it. I think we have this already. I have a deja vu. We have this already somewhere, but okay, fine. It's kind of strange. Okay, so string to vector. Very nice. Very, very nice. String to vector. What the hell? What? So this one will take why is it returning address? Huh? So we just take a string, right? Which is XYZ. Takes a string like 1, 2, 3. and makes it into a vector. Because Unreal wants the whole thing. Well, it wants x equal to, comma, y equal to. That's super stupid, by the way. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they did that. I have a sense of deja vu anyway. I think we have this function already somewhere. But anyway, fine. So the first thing that we need a T array of strings, right? Which is our tokens. And then we need no. It cannot type. And then we need our XYZ parse into array, right? Where we parse into tokens, and our delimitator is a nice comma, our delimiter, and yup. Now, if this thing does not have 3 elements, right? So if tokens num is not 3 elements, so it's less than 3, we just return an empty vector, right? Because yes. Now, unfortunately, it's a 0 vector, so, but... Otherwise, if everything went fine, well, we are sure that we have 3 elements, so we can even be a bit bold and just say, yeah. Just say pigs go after truffles. Oh my god, if a pig is eating a truffle, you know how costly is a truffle these days? I mean, it's a lot. Truffle, Alba, truffles cost. Look at this. Alba is next to my home, by the way. I'm in an area where these things are found. Look at that. Let's see. So you may spend €100 if you want a good one. 1 kilogram of truffles. Holy shit. Well, if you truffle price, Alba truffle. There is a whole website for truffle cost. Average price 1,958. Going down. 20 grams, €1,000. Holy moly. Between 80 and 20 grams, €1,000. But as you can see, the price is going down a bit. Truffle season 25. What about truffle season 21? Holy! 4,521. Extra sides, no data. I mean, 8,000 euro. Holy moly. If you really like truffles, you know, it's better you get a good job. It's better you get a very good job. Okay, so String to yeah. So in this case, we can just, you know, do tokens, add, and then we can. No, not token as. What the fuck I'm doing? Sorry, we can do return vector. Return a vector where the x is our tokens of 0, but we have to convert it because this is a string, and so we need a I think we will convert it to an integer anyway, because we don't take anything below a unit, right? A unit in Unreal is 1 centimeter, so we're not gonna take anything below a unit. So I think that, yeah. I think he's complaining because he wants to have it as a float. Oh no, he's complaining because I didn't close the parentheses. That's why he's complaining. Or just a good dog in time. Yeah. I don't know if the areas where you find the truffles are, you know, restricted. I don't know. Also, I don't know if you can plant a truffle, but probably not, right? Probably you cannot plant a truffle. Watching the stream while prepping for a party today. I'm now on vacation, so we can connect soon. I share what I got. Okay, good. I'm working on the, if you're watching the stream, I can just say it. So I'm working on the functionality that will enable that, right? I'm working on the functionality that will enable us to do what we want to do with the plants. Okay, so we have this fantastic string to vector. Oh. So string to vector wants what? What's the string? Yep. So we will go multi-res, get string, yep, of location, right? What it doesn't like? Because it's not static. No, it must be static. It must be static. Okay. So basically here we are reading the other thing is that we need to reintroduce the amount in because we said we don't want amount here, right? No, we don't want amount there because amount there is always 1. No. We said that we want amount. Wait. We said that we want amount there. We want amount, huh? There is no amount here. Should we add a column or just decide it code-wise? Like that we just say, oh, code-wise this is... I don't know. Restricted for sure, they are gold mine. Yeah, exactly. But can you plant one? Why you cannot just plant it, right, in your garden? I mean, why you cannot plant a truffle? Why I cannot plant? Why I cannot grow a truffle? Yeah, exactly. Why truffles cannot be farmed like other mushrooms, right? Why? Why is not possible? They can be farmed, but it's extremely difficult. Since they can only grow in very specific conditions that are extremely hard to replicate in any kind of controlled environment. Oh my god. Truffles are essentially the fruits of a certain type of fungus which blooms underground and only is in specific condition. The fungus needs to grow in soil among the roots of specific type of trees, including oak, hazel, poplar, beech and pine. The soil needs to have a certain level of acidity, a certain kind of microbes, and must be near the roots of a living tree. Because the tree roots provide the fungus with sugar and the fungus provide the tree... Oh my god. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. In order to farm the fungus, you need to create a setup where you have specific species of live tree, specific type of soil, specific acidity and... Oh my god. And try to prevent other types of fungus from getting into the soil. Wow. Prince Philips from the UK managed it after trying for 12 years. Really? Prince Philips finally sniffed success in 12-year quest to grow truffles. Oh my god. After 12 fruitless years of trying to coax black truffle from the soil, he became the first person in Britain to cultivate a successful crop. At 97 years old, became in 2006, when he planted more than $312 saplings. Oh my god. GG, bro. Okay, you cannot. Definitely you cannot. That's pretty evident. Wow, that's very special, really. I mean, I understood it was not possible to cultivate it, but I didn't know why and if it was real or what. But yeah, it seems to be really real. So it's really a mess. It's really a mess. Okay, well, we will just eat I don't know, a normal mushroom, and that's it. Yeah, what do we do with the amount actually? What do we do with the amount? I think we need the amount. Because I think we may decide. I mean, do we want the amount in or we use the amount that is on the resource, natural resource, right? Or we use the amount that is here, but then it means that we cannot use this amount for the other reason, for the other thing, which is how many active spots there are in the same area. Well, we may use the same field, maybe. I mean, for sure needs to be at the resource level, right? It cannot be at the... So if I say 2, I don't know. I'm not very convinced. But anyway, we need at least that amount. We need to bring it in. That amount is after action. So that amount is actually here. Where do we have the interval? Why? We don't have the interval anymore. I deleted the interval as well. Holy fuck. Yep, I did. Ant location is not here anymore? What do you mean? Yeah, these three fields have been removed from the code, but they have not been removed from the database, so they are still valid somehow. Yeah, so we will reintroduce them now. So the interval is the time between response, yes, but just in case. So this is the time between response, used only when item group, right? Used when item group is valid. Used when item group is valid, right? And in harvesting, right? So all of this will be used only when item group is valid. And this amount, I don't know if I want to make it the amount of active. I think we need actually two amounts. We need the amount, or I decide just that the other one I just do it randomly. But I mean, if you want a material to be a bit more harder to find, right? You will have to tweak the amount. So one is the amount of location active locations amount. One is active location amount, and the other is how many are there to harvest before it disappears. I mean, we can add another column. I mean, I'm not, you know, it's just a column in the database, so we can add it if we want. I think probably we should. I think okay, let's do it. So we will add another column that is called active location amount or something like that. Active locations, and we put it before amount. Okay. So we create an active locations that is if item group is valid, how many locations are active at the same time, right? Are active at the same time. So this should be an integer. I think it can be null because it's not valid in many cases. Yeah. Oh, I did it, yeah. No, what? Huh? I didn't copy the shit. No. I didn't copy the shit, so now I have to do it manually. Okay, we do it manually on the other one as well. Active locations, huh? Yeah, but can I copy? No. Okay, let me copy this at least. Active underscore locations. After action. Active, I didn't copy, so we have to do it on the other database, but it's fine. Just this, so I have to copy this. Yep. Okay, so we did that. Now we will have to change it for all, right? Because if that remains empty is a problem. So we will have to do an update to ensure that all the resource locations have at least all the resource locations that use an item group that are harvesting have at least the number 1, right? It cannot be 0. Hello, smash bash slash nyesh trash loyesh. Hello, hello. How are you? So yeah, we will have to update all now. How do we do it? I mean, or we make it 1 as a default value. Maybe. Because anyway, it's not right. Yeah, let's make it 1 as a default value, so I don't have to do the. Yeah. I think it's a better idea. Let's make it 1 as a default value. So we make it non-null and 1 as a default. Right? So that's a bit easier. Data truncated for column active location at row 1. What? What do you mean? Cannot do it? Don't understand what. What? Huh? I'm just adding it back and see what it does. It's a bit weird that he said that he cannot do it. Why? Yeah, in fact, he did it. I don't know. He had a moment of confusion. Okay, I added it back to both databases with the default one and not null. Okay, so now we have it. Okay, good. So we have active location and amount. So now is a bit better. Now is easier because if we have that, right, which is after, we said it is after what? Is after action. Yeah, it's after action. So it's before amount, yeah. Before amount. Well, here the order is slightly different, but it's fine. So this will be int. I will call it exactly the same, so we don't. Active locations, right? And the explanation here, I think, should be the same as we have in the database. So if item group is valid, number of location active at the same time. Okay, so now we need to read that, right? And we also need to read, wait, I think that all this we can do here. If I take the hunting location thingy, I think that we can just copy the code. I think it's easier. I think it's way easier. Yeah. Pam 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 pam. So we have max random, we have interval, we have amount, and we have active locations, right? We do not have ID because ID we already have it above. The only point is that we need why max random is not there? No, it is called max random. Okay. So we need, so these are all integers. So we can do rest of I. So basically rest. And yeah, that is good already. And this is also an integer, right? So we can go active location. Okay, we can go active location. Yes. misclicked because I'm in streamer mode. Because when I'm in streamer mode, I don't see the and I will activate you manually. Okay, so now there we have the max random, the amount, the active location, and the interval, right? So we have all this good stuff. Now that we have all this good stuff, we can actually use it. We can actually use it. So we basically added two things, right? So we added the location in the item groups of natural resources, and we added these fields here, right? And they are all on the database. So in theory, if I compile now and we just load in, they should be working. Now it will load it also for the fishes, but obviously that is useless for the fishes, right? So because we will go by type of action, so harvesting, fishing, digging, you know, this kind of things. So now what do? We recompile and then we create an example, right? The other thing I want to do, I would like to be able to visualize these locations, right, in terms of at least these ones, the harvesting ones. I think I really want to visualize them in the client. I think so. Okay, build succeeded, which is nice. So we need the natural resources. We don't need the items, but we need the natural resources, right? So do we have an example? Do we have an example of natural resource? No, we don't. Well, we can transform it though, right? We can take any of those. So do we have? Let me check which maps we have, because I think we need at least Idla West. I think we need at least Idla West. I think we have it. No. Yeah, we have it. Okay. Okay, so we have that map, which is good. So, for example, if we take this Aurelifia thingy, so if we take that Aurelifia thingy, now we will have to convert all the database entries, but I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem. Just a matter of, you know, adding the data, so it's fine. So if we take that Aurelifia thing, that we said that there is where is here is this. So is number 90, right, in the database. Is number 90. So I can say where ID equal to 90, right? So this is our entry. So what changes now? What changes now? Well, I mean, all of this is the same. All of this is the same, yes. It is the same, it is the same, it is the same. But now we need to decide the active locations. So for example, let's say 2, right? And the amount. The amount, let's say 4. The interval is, I don't know why it's in milliseconds, but anyway, it is in milliseconds. So we can say 20 seconds with a max random of, I don't know, 5 seconds plus or minus. Trace mesh will be null. Spawn mesh needs to be this. And now item group, right? Item group we need to set. So let's say 50 for a second. Okay. So now in resource items, I will have to create a group 50. 50 is too low. I have to go like 200 or so. Okay, let's go 200. Or even 500. I mean, just an ID. So 500. Let's say 500. 500. So I will have to create a new line here. I have to create a new line here. So group will be 500, right? Group will be 500. Item reward ID will be the same. So these two values basically are the same. Right? These two values are the same. Now the probability, I don't know how much I'm gonna use it, but for now let's say 0.75, right? 0.75. The skill level in this case will be the same for all. So if it's 60, it will stay as 60. Yeah, it will stay at 60. The mean quality and max quality, the mean quality and max quality. Because actually here we do not have it, we just have a quality 50 there. This one I'm not completely sure. So let's say 50-50 for now, but I will have to think about this. Okay, and now the location, right? So the location can be... I mean, at least the original one, yeah, at least the former one, right? Can be in the same place where this one is, right? We don't have the sector. We don't have the sector. Well, I think we don't care. I have to think about it though, but yeah. We don't have the sector. So this will be... No. Why? So this will be the location in XYZ, right? All of this will not be useful. So this is basically empty, right? So this will be one location of our new system. My animation is frozen. But I'm looking at the future. It's frozen, but I'm looking at the future. I'm looking at the sky and how this game will become the best game in the world. Yeah, but it's frozen. Now it's correct again. Thank you, Fanner. I think Streamlabs doesn't want you to gamble. You know, the Streamlabs sometimes is just fucking up. I don't know why. Let me say, sometimes the bot just disconnects. I don't know why. I don't know exactly why it's doing that, but it is. I go here on the cloud bot, and you see the bot is off. Why it is off is beyond my understanding, but it is. So I turn it on. I turn it on, and this should do it for both YouTube and Twitch actually. Yeah. So now. Yeah, so now it is on. Should be on. Try now, Fana. Try now. You may have more. Let me see if the email arrived. Meanwhile, no. Got really filtered out. The email got filtered out like a boss. Okay, so now that we have these things, we have at least one location, right? We have at least one location, which is great. So now, now we need to apply this logic, right? We need to apply this logic when we are spawning items on the ground. My face is stuck again. Why this happens so often? My face is stuck again. What the fuck? I think I need to buy a new webcam anyway. This webcam has never been a good one. It's always been a bit low quality. Okay. Okay, let me see. Where do we put all these natural resources? We put it under resources, right? So we need to find in the code. So we search word and case. We need to find in the code where we are spawning all of that. So there should be a loop somewhere. What? There should be a loop somewhere like here. No. A loop somewhere like here. No. Wait, not tribe, not action, not admin. Well, admin could be work manager. Work manager. There is find resource, get another resource by sector. I don't find it. Get a natural resource by. Now it should be spawning this, right? Okay, let's do it differently. Let's search spawn mesh, and it's easier. Spawn mesh, right? Okay, spawn mesh. So that is when we want. Yeah, spawn mesh. Okay. So we are in spawn manager and we are spawning natural resource location. Okay, fantastic. Natural resource, select, blah, 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 blah. Now, it's not very clear to me why we are, why we are reading from the database again here in Spawn Manager when we have all the resources listed already. When we have all the resources listed already in the natural resource array. Probably because this one is including also the ones that are not loaded at start. Anyway. Now, but wait a second, because this thing is weird. Can I say that this thing is weird? Let me breakpoint start because I don't understand what I'm looking at. This, in theory, right? This one. I mean, I understand maybe in the past we did it differently, but this one is a post load, right? So it is after everything is already loaded from the database. And this means that we don't have to hit the database again with another query. I don't think so. I think we can just get our resources from... because you may do it by sector, this is what you're saying? Nah. It never happened. As you can see, in the whole database, in the whole code base, right, we called this only once. We call this only once. And so, and the only one, and when we call it, we are just spawning every resource in the game. So there is no, and even if we want to filter by sector, I think we should not call this again. I disagree with this. I disagree with that because work manager already started. So we have all our resources. So we already did this query, right? We already did it. Why we want to do it again? Why we want to do it again? What are the parameters we do here? We well, we add sectors, natural resource, and item stats, right? But in reality, you see, we have already read the item stats, right? From the yeah, we did all of this already. So I think that's kind of a unnecessary duplication. That's a completely unnecessary duplication. I think we can remove it. Now, I don't know if we can have an easy access to this array because it's actually protected, right? So, I mean, we can make we can make spawn manager a friend of work manager. If he's not already. But my idea would be that we my idea would be that here, right, we just go work manager. We can also get resource by adding group. Yeah, exactly. Because here we need to get all the resources that need to be spawned, right? This is what we need. So we need all the resources that have to be spawned. So in reality, we can create a function in work manager, which is just returning me those. And how do I know which ones? Well, I can check. I mean, I cannot check the amount. I will have to check. Well, basically the same that we do here, but here we do. It's checking spawn mesh. So whatever is a spawn mesh. Yeah, whatever is a spawn mesh. Is this really true? Whatever is a spawn mesh. Let me see if it's really true. So where's spawn mesh? Yeah. Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so we can probably get just a temporary array of all the spawnable, or we just create get resources and fuck it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just, yeah, it's fine. Let's just have let's just have so this will return what the an array of natural resource point. Fine. It's okay. We will just return them all and GG. Okay, so we can say used by so returns all natural resources, and we can say resources, and we can say used at the moment by used by spawn manager. Used by spawn manager to spawn harvestable ones. Okay. So this will be simply get all natural resources, and I don't think I should. Well, I mean, if you want, we can also have get all spawnable. Yeah, let's do get all spawnable, because anyway we have to iterate the array. right? And it is only a startup, so I think it's okay. We do get all spawnable resources. I think it's more clean. I think it's cleaner. Yeah, I think it's cleaner. And pretty much here we do the same that we do here, with the difference that no, we don't do wait. We don't do what we do here. We do what we do here. Yeah. We do what we do here pretty much. I mean, it's not exactly, but hello Smash. What's what? Trying to catch my attention for something? For what? So get all spawnable. So we do this, right? So we get all spawnable resources, and basically here the only thing that we need to check is if natural resource spawn mesh is not empty, right? Pretty much. So if it's not empty, then we add it to the result and then we return it, right? So this should give us all the spawnable meshes, all the spawnable resources, including their item group. Because at the end what we need is the item group. So basically now, I think that this thing doesn't make any sense anymore. I mean, I can comment it out, but I don't want to kill it, but pretty much this is this is dead code, because we will just do work manager get whatever, right? Get all spawnable, and that's already parsed. The good thing is also that not only is already parsed, but we already have the item stats in it, the item in it. So it will be so much easier, right? Well, so much easier. It will be similar. Yeah, but anyway, I think it's I think it's overall better. I think it's overall better. It's always better if you avoid hitting the database, basically, right? So the less you hit the database, the better. So spawnable. So this gets all spawnable. And now from spawnable, well, we can call it this way so we don't go crazy changing everything. So then we iterate, right, on each of our spawnable thingy. And I don't even know if we need to do this, because actually sector ID, natural res, XYZ, we have all of this, right? Spawn mesh, we have all of this. We have all of this. We have all of this, because in our case it will be spawn mesh, right? Exactly. So we can just do it this way. Now I don't even know if I want to do. I don't even know if I want to do. I don't even know if I want to do. Um, sorry, where is this stuff used actually? Where do we use the sector? We don't even use the sector, right? So why we need it? Do we use this? Because we print it out. Okay. Well, maybe the ID. Okay, the ID we actually get it. Okay, fine. But the sector, I don't think we need. Sector we don't need. The position for sure we need. So the position, yeah, but this one I think is kind of easy because the position is just our so we have to remove all this shit. So we just have our location, no? We called it location. We called it lock. Okay. Called it lock. Fine. I don't know why I have this parenthesis really. Why I have this parenthesis? Just to make things look weird or... I don't know. I have this parenthesis, I don't know exactly why. Maybe because, maybe, I don't know. Okay, so we just need the ID, the position of the thing we need to spawn, the spawn mesh, and then here it should be identical in theory, right? Now, yeah. Now the problem is that we may have two types, right? So we may have the old type where the group ID is actually not specified, and the group ID equal to -1, right? This item group, right, equals to -1. So in all these cases, we are just spawning it. We are just spawning it in the normal location. If is an item group, we have to apply the new logic. And I think I still would like to keep the old logic in somehow. So, yeah. So the ID and the ID. So it is check if we are using item groups, right? Check if we are using item group, which basically means that we will spawn in multiple locations. Yeah. For the one of you that see me typing kind of shitty, is because, as you can see from below my avatar, right? I have an arm that at the moment is not usable, the right one, because I fractured a bone in my shoulder about 3 weeks ago. And so at the moment I have a kind of a arm support that is keeping my right arm pretty much still so that the bone can heal itself. And yeah, and one day I will have 2 hands again, but at the moment I only have one usable. And so I'm doing everything with my left hand, including using the mouse and typing. And that is why I'm definitely slower than normal, and I do some mistakes because when I'm moving with the left hand through all the keyboard, sometimes I hit, like when I press A, sometimes you see him going caps lock or things like that, right? But is healing okay? So I would say he's improving. Okay, so I think that what we need to do here is to check if you check if our natural resource item group, right, is different than -1. So if it's different than -1, if it's different than -1, if it's greater than 0, why doesn't like it? Item group is an int, no? Huh? Item group is not an int. Ah, no, item, oh, okay. Yeah, true. Because it's already been parsed, right? It's already been parsed. So we can check just if item group num is greater than, yeah, exactly. So let's do if item group num is greater than 0, right? So if there is at least one element into the array. If there is at least one element into the array, we have to apply the new logic. If not, we apply the old logic. So this is basically spawn single item. And yeah, and this is spawn multiple items, right? So spawn single item is pretty much this code, right? So I would say that this code is now, I mean, there will be a lot of commonality, so probably we'll have to put this into a function, and because it will be nearly identical, right? Yeah, it will be nearly identical. So we'll probably have to put all of this into a function and call it in both cases. Yeah. So we'll probably do that, but wait. Okay, yeah, it's fine. So if you want to spawn multiple items, we will have to iterate through all the item groups, which is actually made of natural resource items, right? So this is natural resource items pointer, and this we can call it one spawn, right? So it's one element, right? It's one element that we need to spawn inside our natural resource item group, right? Natural resource item group. Yeah. So for each one, what do we need to do? Well, the position is different, so we will have to take a different position. The position is now not anymore the position of the father, but is the position of the actual one spawn, right? So this position becomes this thing location, right? And I don't think we want to randomize it in any way, so it's fine. So there is the new position. Now, the spawn mesh, we know that is not empty because we asked all the ones that are actually spawnable resources. So we already did that check, right? So this check in theory can actually, yeah, this check I think it can just go away. I mean, I think it's useless at this point, because we pre-filtered all the resources to be the one with the spawn mesh, right? Now all of this, so the line trace, all of this is exactly the same. Yeah. Yeah. All this should be made into a function because this would be called in both cases, right? So this one we need to... Can we refactor into a function? No. Can we extract into a function? Extract method. Boom, let's see what it does. The method would be called spawn harvestable or spawn natural. Yeah, but if I call it spawn natural resource, it's basically identical to the one above. Spawn natural resource, maybe we can call it single. Spawn natural resource single, something like that. So the only thing that we need yeah, we need these three values exactly. We need the ID, the spawn mesh, and the position. Yeah, fantastic. Exactly what I needed. No. Fail to create declaration for out-of-line definition of the extracted methods. What do you mean? You fucked up? I think it did it. I did it. What? No, there's something that was there already. Okay, I think it's good. I think it did it. But it didn't create the declaration for whatever reason. I don't know why. You put it at the end. Where did you put it? I can put it just next to... Yeah, next to this, exactly. Okay, so inside of this function, I think that now everything should be good. Not really sure why we do this. We are inside spawn manager in a non-static. Huh? It's kind of weird. Okay, so we do this, right? And we return... Now, I don't know if I want a boolean. Yeah, I think I want a boolean, yes. I want a boolean, so if we cannot find the blocking, so if not... Why did this return in true? It should return false, no? Otherwise we return true, yeah, exactly. And now this function will be used in two places. Will be used here. Right? One for each of the sub-elements. But no, it's not even true. No, it's not true. It's not true. Wait a second. Natural resource, mesh spawn, position. Yes. So that is okay. We don't need any. We actually don't need any if. I think we just need. So we can increment the counter. I think we can increment the counter only if we are successful. If we are not successful, we just don't increment, right? But But the problem is another. The problem is that now here we need to apply our logic. Hello Javi. Hi Tala, do you know something about the NPC that tell you storage not found? Like who? Which NPC? Storage not found? I never seen that, I think. I mean, while doing what? What you were doing? Is just opening the storage window, or is doing a transaction, or what? What are you? What were you doing exactly? So here we need to, so here is where we have to start to use our active locations and all of that, right? Because actually what we said that we want to spawn only a number of active locations, right? So we don't want to spawn them all. Do we want to spawn the first two, or do we want to spawn, or do we want to randomize? I think we can spawn the first two. Who cares? I mean, in the server load, right? At server load, I think we can just spawn the first two. Yeah, I think so. I mean, let's not go crazy with some crazy algorithm, right? So it's fine. Just spawn the first two. Well, this means that every time the server restart, you will find the things always in the same spot. Okay. We want to randomize, but if we want to randomize it, we have to randomize two numbers that are actually not in the same. I mean, we have to randomize two different items, right? So, or we remove it from this array, or we create usually happens when I'm working with some recipe, let's say armor, and I have opened the anvil for use through the preparation button and I don't close them. And after I go to check my storage to get some more items. Wait a second, guys, I want to take this call, 1 second. Oh, okay, I'm back. Sorry, it was a call I had to take. Why? I just asked ChatGPT, but why is making it so complex? I don't understand. Why is just making it so crazy? Why is making it so crazy? So it's basically putting all the indexes of the array into another array, okay, which is fine. And then it's doing select unique elements, right? But select unique elements, what the hell is doing? Is selecting n elements. How does he? He's copying the array. He's getting a copy of that array. And then he's shuffling the array. No, I don't need to shuffle anything. Because he's shuffling and then he's taking the first... okay, I see. Now that I'm not speaking at the phone, I can actually understand it. Because it was... the phone was not very easy to speak and read. And then he's taking... okay, so the idea is to shuffle. And I like the shuffle idea. But... the shuffle is shuffling randomly because he's doing random range. Okay. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I think it's okay. I don't know yeah, it's okay. 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 So what do? We create an array, but I need the indexes, right? So we create an array only of indexes and then we do that. Because I don't want to swap my array, right? So I always need to have a copy of that array, right? And I do it, yeah. So can we have... or, I mean, another way, another simpler way could be that we just ask... the problem is that it's not guaranteed, right? I mean, I can just ask a random number between 0 and the total number until I get two different numbers, right? And the fact, I mean, if he's always randomizing the same number, I mean, it's kind of unlikely. Or I randomize... or I start from the bottom. What? It seems to be an easy problem, but it's not an easy problem. I mean, it is an easy problem, but it's not a very, very easy. Because, yeah, the simplest is to create an array of numbers and then get... because we want two unique, right? Two unique. Two unique means that you have to create the array, then remove one number and then randomize again. And you don't know what the number will be, and you don't want to keep it in the array, otherwise get randomized again. And you don't want to just keep it in memory, because otherwise you have to for loop, you know, until you find another one. Then maybe the case you always get the same number out, and so you're stuck in the loop forever, right? So to be 100% sure that this works, right, you need yeah, I think we create a function for this. Where do we create it? We create it inside Spawn Manager, or we create it in a more generic place? I think we create it in a more generic place, but maybe in BP utils. BP utils is not too bad. Yeah, let's do it in BP utils. BP utils, it will return convert text to an F vector. Ah, fuck! It was here. No, it's not implemented. That's kind of the opposite. Okay, anyway, yeah, you see that I had a deja vu, and actually the deja vu was real. We can also have it blueprint. It's not a problem because anyway, this will be. So this will return a T array of int, where the int are the numbers that you have randomized, right? And this will be called get unique random numbers, random numbers in array, or get unique random numbers, right? In range. Get unique random numbers in range. It's strange that fmat doesn't do it, but I don't think it does it. So what do I need? I need the max, right? And I need the number of numbers. How many? How many? Fuck. How many? Okay. So the first thing that we do, we create an array of int, I guess, with all the numbers from 0 to max, right? Okay. So we do I don't know if there is a better way to do this, but I'm doing it this way. So here we have our array, right? That is and then we do what this guy was doing. So we basically swap to shuffle. And then we take the first n elements. I think that's the best idea. I think it's the simplest idea, because the shuffle will give you anyway a random order. And the random order ensures that you don't get the same twice, right? So we shuffle the thingy. So we shuffle the array, and then we do what? What was that? Oh shit. And then we take the first n elements. Yeah, but I don't need this. Well, yes, I need this because I need to return anyway. An array. Yes. Why is using int32 and not int? I don't get it. Where n is what? N is how many? N is how many? So I do selected elements, add my array. And we return this, right? Okay. So this in theory should do it. So it's getting you two random numbers. Now the shuffle is basically shuffling every item with another item. Yeah, so I think it's okay. The shuffle is random enough. I think it is a good idea. I mean, if it works, I don't know, but it should work. It should work. Okay. So now that we have this guy, what do we do here? So if we are using the item group, so we go in BP utils. It's not called BP utils. BP, it's called UBP utils. Okay. And so the max is what? The max is the item group num, right? So basically this. The max is the item group num, and the how many is active locations, right? Now many is active locations, yes. So this will return t array of int, which is our unique indexes, right? And at this point, we can just spawn those two. I mean, we can just spawn those, how many they are, right? So this will be much easier because we can just say right, we don't need this anymore. So for each of these ones that have been returned, we extract the proper natural resource, right? We extract the proper natural resource item, which is our natural element, and this one will be what? Item group, right? Item group of careful, huh? It is element, or is it? Yeah, it is element, because it is going, it's not the position, is what is the content of the element. Yeah, exactly. So okay, so this will be, and at this point we have the location. Okay. And so here we get what? Here we get the natural RSID, which is the same. We get the spawn mesh, which is the same. And we get the position, which is this position, okay? Fantastic. So this is now using the two techniques, right? So it's using one technique, this technique, spawning multiple items, and this technique. Now, the only thing that may be a problem is if we are trying to spawn more than we have defined. And to me, that should be a critical error, right? So if we are asking two active locations, right? But we only have one defined, right? That should not even load. So the server should stop, right?
So I think what do I, so I want to add that check, right? I want to add that check. I want to say that if, I want to say that if, I want to say that if, amount is here, no, active location is here, active location, right? So if you arrive to this point, so item group should be at least the size of the required active locations, right? Exactly. Otherwise required. So here we do a check, right? That if item group number, if item group number is less than an R active location, right? Then here we just GG out. I mean, here we stop the server. Here we stop the server. We will say item group as less locations, or let's say entries. Then requested, then the requested active location, right? Then the requested active location, and then we can say item group percentage S, percentage D, right? So we can print out the we can print out the, do we have the ID of the item group? I don't even know. Did we store it? No, because it is an array. Ah, fuck. We don't know the ID. You serious? No, we have it. Is this? Now, if item group is -1, if item group is -1, this will be 0. So yeah, this should be done only if item group is greater than 0, right? Otherwise, this will fail miserably, instantly. So we have to say if item group the num is greater than 0, and right, if this is greater than 0 and the number is less than the active locations, then if the item group is greater than 0 and the active locations are less, no, the opposite, and the num is less than the active location, yeah, exactly. and the num, yeah, it was written, and the num is less than the active locations. Yeah, exactly. Then we print this out, right? Where blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay, if this return false, I think that the world server stops. So I think it's good. Okay, I think we can test at least the logic of spawning. I think we can test at least the logic of spawning because it should be kind of working, right? I don't know. So at the moment, I think we will exit with an error because I have defined only one location, right? Yeah, exactly. I've defined only one location. Let me see if the other location is close or not. So if I do where item ID reward is equal to this. I have 3 locations. Okay, I have 3 locations. Are they close to each other? Well, not really. I mean, this one is like no, I need 3 locations that are close to each other, otherwise I go crazy. I need 3 locations that are close to each other. Should I do it on the dummy database then? Yeah, probably is better. Because if we test, the real database, there are so many items, so many things that we just go crazy. Sign mismatch. What the fuck? What? Signed, unsigned. Oh my god, why we have this unsigned sometimes? Why we want to make our life harder? I don't know. Blame blom blom. It's nearly dinner time, huh? I think I can go dinner and come back. Because I want to see this thing taking shape. Yeah. I want to see this thing actually taking some shape. Did you compile? Yeah, I compiled. Okay, so if we go dummy database, and in theory it should be the same because in the dummy database we also have all of this, right? We have natural resources, we have everything. So we just have a few, but let me see. Natural resources, natural resource items. No, not this side, please. Otherwise we do a mess. This side, yeah. Natural resource items, yeah. So natural resource, let me see what we have. We don't have much, but it's fine. As long as there is at least one harvesting, yeah. There is at least one harvesting, right? Which is this charm flower. Charm flower. And it doesn't have a spawn mesh though. Uh-oh, this one doesn't have a item group. Uh-oh, okay. So this database is a bit old. So we have to update it. We have to update it. Item group. Alter table. Yep. Okay, so we update this. Fine. Now we do what? I need also to create the other table, but I can just copy it, I guess. I can copy the DDL. So is item... No, it's natural resource items, right? So if I copy DDL to clipboard, and then we do this, and then we do this. Already exists. Ah, so I create. So the table was there. It was just the. Okay. Was just the. Wait. Does he have the same? Does he have the same fields? Because maybe it was an early version of it. Maybe it was an early version. Mean scale, max weight, location, equality, skill level, probability. Nickname, item ID, group ID. Yeah, it seems to be identical. Okay, nice. So we don't need probably. So then probably we don't need this. Okay. Okay. So if that is true. If that is true, hello, yeah, another resource. Okay, so if this is true, what we will do, I think I want to clone this line because I think I would like to have one working with the old system and one working with the new system, right? I think it would be a good idea. So I will actually copy this. And I think I have to change the location though, right? So the location will be, I think the location will be close to where, right. I think the location will be close to where this one is, but not exactly there, right? I mean, it can be fairly close. I don't know where it's that at the moment, but we can move it like 1 meter and hopefully it will be, right? We can move it 1 meter in both directions. This direction and this direction, right? So hopefully it is not inside a wall, but yeah. Now, what we want to do, I think we want to set the same limits. Now these limits we are not using yet, but just want to be sure that we are, okay, where is the charm flower? Where is the charm flower? Sunflower, okay. 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 Okay, so we have some meaningful data now. So now this one will have no item group, right? But this one will have an item group, right? This one will have an item group. So this one will be item group 1 and so we copy this. No. Okay. 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 The rest, I think, is exactly the same. The difference is the location. Yes, the location. And at the moment we will take this location and see what happens. Shit. Wait. Okay, this location, come on. You can do it. Natural resource items. Okay. This location, right? Yes. Okay. So now we should have an example also in the dummy database. Now I want to have two locations so that this one will fail, right? Just because I want to check that we put in the right code for. So if I do exactly active locations 2, right? And actually we have only one location selected, so since it's not lag, it keeps appearing until I talk to Anquest. Yeah, you said something, Javis, then I got distracted because someone called me. You're saying that someone is happening, we're working with... I have opened the anvil. Yeah, it's because you don't have you don't have Arnquist selected, I guess. You need to have Arnquist selected. So if you, I don't know exactly what you are doing, but if you don't have the NPC properly selected and you try to access storage or other stuff, it will not work. And selected. I cannot buy, sell NPC. Well, if you are... I mean, if you are... Discord... I think it may be that your character is still crafting, or anyway, yeah, I think that the character is still crafting or is in a crafting state, and so you cannot really speak with the NPC or activate the NPC. I don't know. It seems to be kind of a weird case, but if you write down exactly the steps to reproduce it, I can try to reproduce it and see if I can fix it, but. Okay, so this one will go to item group 1. Okay, so now if I start the server, in theory, when we arrive here, right, this will trigger. This will trigger telling us that the number of action requested, or the number of locations requested is greater than the defined group ID, right? Which is okay. I think it should be I mean, I think it may be happening when you are targeting some, because it may be that the target is still wrong, right? So maybe it looks like it's selected, but your crafting is still selecting something else. I don't know, something like that. So we are starting the server in debug mode to see. Let me see my dinner 1 second, because it will take time anyway for the server to start. Okay, it didn't. Well, actually it exited, but it exited for some other reason. No, the database is not up. No, the database is up because I changed it. It exited for what? Exit was requested. Don't understand exactly why we are starting the spawn manager if we already got an error before, right? So that's kind of weird. This may be something we can fix, because what's the point of starting? So here we start the exchange manager, right? And we fail to initialize the work manager, so we actually request an exit. And why we continue with the loading? That's a bit weird. Is it because it's initiated by game state or by something else? Because here we actually return, right? Here we return. We return. Wait, there is just a bit of code here. We return from init game. Yeah, because the shit doesn't know. Because I don't understand after init game why we continue, right? Why we continue. And this init game is not returning true or false, it's just a void, so it doesn't know. Maybe I have to populate error message actually. Maybe if I populate error message, it's going to exit or what? Because that's kind of strange, right? Nah, it goes forward anyway. I don't know. I mean, let's not do it now. But anyway, here we failed because the natural resource 8100 was not found, right? So it is because that part in the dummy database we don't have we don't have that flower. It kind of makes sense. Do we have another flower? We have... We have the charm flower, but we don't have another flower. Charm flower, no, seems this is the only... I mean, we can add it. Okay, we can add it. Let me copy this. Okay, let me see if now... Let's start it again and see if now is better. Yeah, with the exact steps will be easier. Preparing my dinner meanwhile. Preparing my dinner. Dinner, 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 dinner. What do we do, huh? Yeah, I can afford to shop. I have this. I have this. Okay. Twenty-five minutes. Twenty-five minutes. 25 minutes in the oven. 25 minutes in the oven, and we need a timer at 15 for the vegetables. Timer 15 minuti. Okay, now we also have the timer. 15 minutes, my phone. Okay, so yeah, so we arrived where we planned to arrive. So basically it is saying that yeah, item group 1 is less entry requested active location. Okay, perfect. I like that. So now we will define one more location. We will define one more location, hopefully in the right database, which is here on the left. So on the left we have the dummy database, and on the right we have the copy of production database. So we clone this row. This will be ID2, this will be group 1, will be exactly the same thing, but the location will be different, okay? For example, I don't know exactly where is this again, but you can probably move it. I think this place is probably not the right place. But anyway. So now we have two entries. So now we have two entries and we are requesting two entries, right? So we have one for the sunflower, which is the old system, and one for the Aurelifia, whatever is the name, that is the new system. Now we should not hit this breakpoint anymore, right? So it should just go through and actually should spawn the items. I think the idea of swapping the array elements to randomize them is a good one. I like that. Bam 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 bam. Bam bam bam. Is this starting or no? Slowly. It is slowly starting. No, you are the crackers. These ones. Crackers. Crackers. Okay. Here we also want to check, yes. Here we also want to check what happens, right? Because here we are actually spawning. Okay, let's see if the spawning works, right? So how many spawnable we got? 2? Yeah, two. Because one is using the old system and one is using the new system. Correct. So, okay, so we go with the first one. we check, so this one should not have this, right? Exactly. So it's keeping that. It's doing the normal spawn. Fantastic. Now the second one should actually enter here. Yep. And I want to get 2 unique random numbers between... there is a mistake. There is a mistake because we are starting from 0. So, yeah, it is a mistake. Max should be this minus 1. Because if I do it like this, I will get 2 numbers that are out of the range. Potentially. Now, in this case, I didn't. I got 0 and 1, but I may get, you know, 1 and 2. I'm always getting 0, 1. Interesting. Why? Well, maybe it's just luck. 0 and 1. Maybe I did that minus 1 already. Max. Hey, no, I'm doing that. So item number 2 is actually possible. Now it's never coming out. I don't know why. That's very strange. What? It's never coming out, number 2? If I do between 0 and 2, I mean, should be. It's never coming out. Why? It's impossible. It's just a randomizer that is like laughing at us. I mean, there is a 66% chance to get number 2, and we never, and we did it like 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, we never get it. So okay, GG. So it's not working. I mean, it's impossible, right? Okay, let's go in. So what do we do here? We create an array with because we do less than max. Okay, it's correct. We do less than max, so actually it is correct because the array only has 2 elements then. Yeah, so it's okay. It's correct. I don't know what happens if we try to swap the same element, right? But probably if you try to swap the same element, it's just not gonna do anything, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, good. Okay, good. Fine. So we get our sequence, which in this case, we only have 2 elements, but we have number 1 and 0. Yeah. So this works. We get the natural resource. Yeah. We get the position, yeah, we spawn it, we get the position, spawn it, okay, fine. Done. Okay, good. Okay, that's nice. So in theory it worked. Now, if it really worked, we have to see from the client. In French they are tuk. We also have tuk. Tuk are round, this one are square. We have tuk. We have as well. We have exactly the same. This one, Italy. Ah no, this one I'm not round. I remember the round one, no? No? No, Reeds are round. Reeds are round. This one are round. Took are like that weird shape. But it's the same concept, yeah. It's very similar idea. But we also have this in Italy. And we also have Ritz. Ritz. Okay. Okay, so now what do we want to see? What we want to see is that the game actually spawned the old in the old way. So basically this right okay, so this one is here, this one is actually spawned, you say, and we can harvest it. Yes, we can harvest it. So this is the old way, right? So basically in the old way we have one location that is just a fixed location, right? Fixed location. Now, so the old way is still working, which is nice after all the changes. And the other way, I just don't know about the coordinates. This coordinate may be wrong. So maybe we just have to change the coordinates, but let's see. Uh-oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we have to change the coordinates because what is happening? Okay, let's change the coordinates a bit. Let's have some places here, okay? So let's have this place. Yeah, I have to copy all of that. That's kind of annoying. It would be nice if I could copy between game and between the chat directly, but so like you could select this and copy it, right? That would be kind of nice. So inside items, yes, inside items, right? So basically here we have to say 196,562, comma, minus 316,006, comma, 10,588. Okay, so this will be one location. Then the other location will be here. Okay. Which is 196,492. Oh wow, I have to go to the to the oven. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Okay. Another like 10 minutes, yeah. Is another like 10 minutes. Okay, 196, 492. Okay, minus 315, 268, 10, 594. Okay, so these are the two new locations. So let me restart the server at this point. We can even start it normally. Yeah, let's start it normally. Without debug, because anyway, we have seen that the code seems to work, but now we will see if it's spawning properly those two things. And then we can say one location only, right? And if we randomize, yeah, this is actually a very good change. Okay. So we should see 2 flowers if it worked. Oh shit. Where was it? Okay. We should see 2 flowers. We should see 2 flowers. We see 1. No, we see 2. 1 and 2. You see? So this one is not harvestable though. Is not harvestable. Okay, so that we need to think about it. So we have this one and this one. So he actually spawned 2, which is correct, right? Is correct. So if I say now I want a 3rd location, so let's say let's take another location, right? Let's take here, right? No, this is not what I wanted to do. So let's take a 3rd location. I don't know exactly why it's not harvestable, but I think because our harvesting is not looking at the item to the resource items yet, right? I think it's not. Yeah, exactly. Now that part still needs to be done. So this will be 196, 802, and then minus 315, 574, and then 10, 588. Okay. So this will be the 3rd location, right? And if now we say that we want only one of the 3, now we say Now we say active location 1, right? So we want only one location spawning out of 3. If we randomize it, and only one will be available, right? So that is what we did. So going back to our reasoning, right? So we are doing this. We have multiple locations and the server is choosing one or more based on our number to actually spawn the harvestable plants. So I think this one we can probably I don't know. I think if I want to shrink this, you know, if I want to shrink and just put all the stuff that we have to do on the left, or so no, because I think I want to save this as a mission, because this one anyway is a mission. I mean, it's a significant piece that we are adding, so let me save it as an Unreal mission, and we call it, I don't know if we have an harvesting already, but for sure we have. Harvesting options, let's call it harvesting 2. Harvesting 2. So I will list here a bit of what we have to do, right, as usual, which is our plan, and but yeah, I will do it in a second, because there are more steps obviously that we have to complete. There are more steps we need to complete. Okay, so now, wow, I randomized exactly the one that where I'm standing on. It was at 33%, but as you can see, there are no other, right, no other locations. So he selected this one as the proper location. Okay, so okay, this is very good. This is very good. So if you want to make a bit of a plan, right, what we have to do, well, what we already did, is basically to allow harvest to use multiple locations, right? Well, that's probably a bit too much, because this basically is everything, but let's say inside of this we have the extended database, right? And then we did it, right? And then we did. We have implemented the selection, implemented a random selection, and we also have preserved the old method, which basically is, the old method is like one element only spawning, right? Now what we still have to do is that we need to allow harvesting. So harvest should consider the item group, right? So all the multiple locations. So I should consider the item group My dinner is ready. So we have to do that, and then we have to do the respawn, right? So we have to do the respawn after harvest, right? And also we need to do the harvest amount, right? Harvest amount based on harvest amount before disappear, right? Before the thing disappear, and then we have to respawn after harvest, right? Okay, so wait a sec, my oven is calling me like a boss. Shut up. Okay, so I think I want to continue, guys. So I'm going to dinner and I'm coming back. Okay, I'm going to dinner and coming back, so you can still, you can see what I will be doing. So at the moment we did. At the moment we did this, right? We did this 3, and we have to do this once, right? And then pretty much it will be done, huh? I mean, it's not that long. This change is not insanely long because our system already works, so it's based on the existing system. So, but anyway, yep. So I'm going to dinner. It will take me about, I don't know, 15 minutes, something like that. So I will eat some pork and French fries and some vegetables and maybe a fruit and come back. Let me see if I preparing dinner, no. Preparing dinner, no. We do eating dinner 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes. You do a pizza, Ula? Nice. What pizza you do? A nice pizzerino, huh? Pizzerino. Okay, see you later, guys. Bye. Hello? I'm back. I'm back. You're sort of calzone. Ah, so it's like a closed... I see, like a closed pizza. You take a pizza, you close it. Somehow. I see. Okay. So now what do we want? Now we want this thing to be actually harvestable, right? At the moment when I right click here, it's not harvestable at all. And I think that the reason is that the locations the locations that we added inside item groups, right, are not used. So how do we do this? Well, first we need to find out where in the code we have I think it's handled production in here, no? I think there is an handle production. Yeah. I think handle production is yeah. Now so here is fishing. Find nearest resource, right? I don't know if I want to specialize this and say I don't know. Let me see how this function works. Filter on sector. Interesting. Yeah, this filter on sector may be a problem. This filter on sector may be a problem because if we are in a location where the sector is right in the middle of our distribution, this may be a problem. Huh? I mean, I kind of like the idea that it should be sector based. I think it makes sense to me because it's just keeping so many resources and is the search becomes extremely faster because in one sector you will have only a certain amount of, right? So I think it kind of makes sense to me. The problem is, how do we ensure that we don't break this rule? So I kind of like the rule, but I think it's very hard to enforce when we will start to spread out many locations. I mean, like large west is easy, but if you think to BD Road 1, BD Road 2, there is a bit of a more open area. I mean, right, because if then one resource falls into the other sector and you cannot harvest it, right, then the other one will never spawn again unless you restart the server somehow, right? So it's a bit risky, huh? It is a bit risky. It is a bit risky. I don't know if I want to do it this way. I mean, for sure it's simplifying things a lot. Because if the sector is not the current sector, you skip everything. So because what I will have to do, I will basically have to add here, right, the search for the sub items, the item groups, right? So if all of that works, then we have to see so if we are using item group, so it is kind of a big if because current item group num is greater than 0, right? Then you for right, and here and here we have to pretty much do the same thing with the difference that instead of you, yeah, so it is basically the same. Which is a bit annoying. Oh, by the way. There is another significant problem, but we'll see in a second. Now, I don't understand too much when he's saying find nearest resource, right? Ah, because he's sorting them by distance. Okay. I see. So it's actually returning the array sorted by, so probably this sort is sorting on position, huh? Yeah. Well, yeah. Sorting on distance. The problem we have is that the problem we have, guys, is that this is not really ready, right? This is not really ready to accept our element, because here we need to create a natural resource which is actually made of 3 pieces. Ay, 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 ay. I mean, if we assume that the I mean, maybe we can cheat. Okay, let's cheat. Let's cheat. But then here I break, eh? Meaning if one is good, right? Now this visible radius to me is a bit of a weird check, right? Because here we are checking for visible radius. Here we are checking for visible radius. Invisible radius in reality is I mean you see it can be fairly big, right? So if there are two resources that are pretty close to each other, less than 10 meters, I'm not completely sure why we use visible radius here. Because you will basically harvest the other one. Like if there are two that are very close to each other, you will harvest probably the other one. Not the one that you are standing on. Which may look very weird, right? Because the other one will go away, but... And you see in fact that here is saying radius, is not saying visible radius. So radius would make more sense to me because it's the actual radius of the resource, right? So how big that resource is. So I don't understand why we should have visible radius in it. So maybe I changed it because it was safer. And you could stay a bit more away from the resource and still farming it. Right? But... yeah, let's keep it as visible radius for now. Because I fear that it's gonna break other stuff if I change it. So basically with this change, right, we should be okay. Let's see. Let's see, boys! I went a bit further in Baldur's Gate 2. You may say, why Baldur's Gate 2? Baldur's Gate 2 because I want to play the third chapter. But first I want to replay 1 and 2. And so I replay them. So I went a bit further into actually the Throne of Baal, so the expansion. And I am in front of a monster that is like super duper strong. Super duper strong. Is a human that then becomes a dragon. And I managed to kill dragons in the past. Actually, I killed 2 of them. But this one seems to be very strong. I think I have to use better my time stop. To actually breach through the defenses of the dragon while we are in time stop, so we can cast like 1 or 2 or 3, I think 2 or 3 spells in that duration. And yeah. Why we never why we never go where we should go? Anyway, the place is this way. The place is here, no? Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, one element was spawned, which is nice, and is not in the same position. Well, I don't know, maybe it is, I have no idea. So now we need to see if we can harvest this. Oh, okay, that is kind of good. This is kind of good. Do we have a sickle? No. Okay. No. No, how it is written? Fuck. With a K. With the K. You were not successful. I think that I was not successful, maybe just for the... Yeah, for the harvesting skill that I have, which is like 1 at the moment. Okay, but we have the thing, right? So we can now harvest. We can now harvest in a random, well, not in random, in a randomized location based on a pool of locations, right? Which is pretty good. So now what we need to do, we want to abide to the rule that you can only harvest this thing a certain number of times, after which it is consumed, right? And that number of time is expressed by amount. Is expressed by amount in natural resources. Right? Because we don't have amount here. Yeah. Okay. So where do we keep this value? At the moment we are keeping this value on the natural resource only, right? But that's not the right place, because for item groups we need the amount to be here. So I think I will add I will add a variable that is called remaining amount. Okay. The thing by default will be 0. It's fine. Just to give it a value. But this is basically how many items are available at this location, right? And we will have to set the remaining amount equal to the natural resource amount at startup. I would say for all of them, because at the end, yeah. So when you are loading in, when we are loading in, yes, here. So let's say at start, what the what did I do? So at start, set the remaining amount equal to max. So we need what? We need to get the item group. Hey, no, it's way more than that. I mean, it's not the item group, it's every item in the item group. Is every item in the item group. It's not very clear. I mean, this is correct, but I mean, we have to do it probably here. But the problem is that we don't have. We don't have the father pointer actually at all. So this father resource, right? Who is setting this? No one. Absolutely no one. So there is a fake field. No one is setting this. So how do I set the father? I have to go through all of them? Oh my god. I mean, we can, but my idea was not to. Hey, we have no other way. Yeah, we have no other way. We have no other way. We have to do it. We have to do it here. There's no way. So we consider the item group, right? And as usual, only in case this actually has something in it, right? No, sorry. What I'm doing? Oh my! And I want to press something. So yeah. So basically for every element, we need to set the remaining amount to be equal, right? To be equal. Now, I don't know if this is really the right way though, because is it needed, or can I just set it when we spawn it? Yeah, we set it when we spawn it. We set it when we spawn it. Yeah. I think it's better. I mean, I don't need all the items in the game to be at max. Yeah, we set it when we spawn it. We set it when we spawn it. Absolutely. Yeah. I think so. I think so. So we spawn it. We spawn it here, right? Yeah. And do we know who's our father? Do we know who's our father? Nope. Nope, we don't. Interesting. Interesting. Well, technically our father is this guy. Yes. Yes. Okay, well then maybe we can do something different. Yeah, okay, I think I know. So this one will become, instead of this, right, we will pass in natural resource. And if I want to call it father, or I just want to call it natural resource. Because actually, then what we can do I mean, instead of doing this thing, right, Well, we need the ID because the ID is used here, I guess. It's printed somewhere, no? No, it's not printed anywhere. Okay, then GG. Then these two lines we can actually do inside. Can we? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think so, yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it here, so we don't bother with. So I will remove spawn mesh. Yeah. So this one now is clean, right? And I think I did a mistake. No, no, I don't know. So our father is this guy. Father. And in the same way here, our father is this guy, right? So yeah, so I think like this it works, and we now have, when we are spawning, I did all of this because I wanted to set. Wait a second. I did this. Why? Why I did this? No, because I said when we spawn here, I want to set in the group. That was completely unnecessary. That was completely unnecessary because I could have done it here. Ah, I did something completely useless. Completely useless. Okay, well, it's just the last few minutes, but yeah, that is completely useless. Let me go back to whatever. Yeah. Okay, we are back to where we were. Okay, so yeah, it's completely useless because actually I don't have to do it here. I have to do it only here. Because if it's a single resource, it will never expire, right? So single resource do not expire. Single resource do not expire because otherwise it's gone forever. So it's only multiple resources that are expiring. Well, you may say you may say also the single expires and then it reappears there after some time. Yep, but we don't have the remaining amount. So I would say no. I would say no. Let's not make things too complex. It's okay. In the other case, it will not be. In the other case, it will not be consumed, right? It's always there. Like a mine. Like a mine is always there. Okay, so in the case of multi-items, multi-locations, I mean, in multi-locations, what we have to do, we have to set, right? We have to set the remaining amount equal to max, right? So we take our natural element, which is this one is a resource item, so it's a child, right? Yep. And we set the remaining amount equal to my father amount. My father amount, exactly, right? Which is the max. So the father amount is always the max, never goes down. The remaining amount goes down, right? Okay. So we said that now that that is set, we need to consume it, right? We have to consume it. And we consume it when we harvest. And this means that this variable will go down for every. Now, if two players are harvesting the same spot, and one finishes before the other, and the one that finishes is actually putting this to 0, then what will happen to the second guy? That's kind of interesting scenario, huh? We have to think about that. I mean, if you want to give one more resource to the other guy, I think it's fine with me. But it should not crash, right? Not just say, oh, resource not found, GG, you cannot do it. Right? Okay. Okay, so now we said this. Now we go into when we harvest. So when we harvest is oh, by the way, we have a bigger problem. At the moment, if the resource is depleted, it's true that it's disappearing, but the natural resource still exists. So, okay. So in reality, we are missing a very important check. So in this code, right, when we say find nearest resource, we have to be sure that in this case, the resource is actually valid in terms of distance, but also that he has remaining amount greater than 0. Right? Because otherwise it's useless. So my element, right, remaining amount, what? My element remaining amount needs to be greater than 0. Exactly. So in theory, visually, we could even keep the flower there, but it would not be harvestable. But obviously, we don't want to keep the flower there. We want the flower to disappear so that you really don't see it, because it would be super annoying to see stuff that you cannot harvest. So only what you see, you can harvest, right? which is fine. So I think it is a, yeah, this was a critical change. Yep. Yeah, so now that we have this, we can go to actually, yeah, we can go to when we so it's end of production event. So this is basically when the, oh my god, this music. You may have not played this, but I did. Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy. Okay. So in this, so here is where basically the harvesting finishes, right? And I think we should also say that you are going to reduce the remaining amount by 1 only if you are successful, obviously, right? So if you are not successful, nothing will happen to the resource. Right? Right. So we have to wait. Yeah, we have to be in a successful result. Failed instantizing. What the hell? You mean instantiating? I think it was instantiating. So yeah, but here we are already in success, right? Yeah. 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 So, okay. So I think that here, right, here we can say if the resource, now the problem is if the resource is using we don't know which one. We don't know absolutely which one, boys. We don't know which one. No. Okay. Yeah, here we don't know which of the sub-elements we actually harvested. We have no idea. Because this code is completely unaware of the sub-items. Yep. So this code only knows the father resource. Ay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Hey, bro. We have to save it. We have to save it. There's no way. We have to save it inside a work event. There's no way. We have to extend this to include the sub, right? The sub item that we are working on. There is no way. Because at the moment this thing is only is only saving the. Oh my god, it is a major change. Yeah, it is a major change because actually when I said okay, let me cheat, right? Actually, this is where I started to introduce the problem that our code doesn't know that you are really harvesting that particular resource. That resource instance, let's say. So the problem here is that even if I add it inside a UPS work event, when we are creating the new UPS work event, right? We will not know. I mean, here we don't know. Here we don't know. If we are working on a sub item or whatever. Because here we are in handle production, right? And handle production is the function that we actually modified. You see here? Find the nearest resource. And find nearest resource is actually returning an array of just the normal resources, the father resources, right? So this one is not returning the one that we actually use. Ay, 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 ay. Because if we have it here, right? If we have it here, so we need this function to actually put the sub item into near natural resource. And then inside of this, where we have all the near natural resources, when we find one, whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, we validate the tool with whatever. There it is. There it is. So this one is putting in the near natural resource. Yeah. Okay, so if we have it inside near natural resource, we could then use it everywhere. Yes. Okay, that is good. So this means that what I have to do in find the nearest resource, right? What I have to do inside of this one is that I cannot cheat like I wanted to. I cannot cheat. So I have to change this function. I mean, I have to change the constructor of this to be this. Right? And we can say valid if this near resource is targeting an item inside the resource item group, right? Exactly. While this one is just the main resource, right? Exactly. That is the distance between the player. Distance between okay. Okay, so we need come on. We need now the problem is if I change this, what happens, right? I cannot imagine. I don't want to know. I don't want to know how many errors we will have on this left panel. I mean, if it's like 5, I think it's good. If it's like 20, I think we have a problem. Let's see, I'm recompiling. If we have like many, hopefully it's only 1 or 2 or 3, right? Because I don't think we are creating near resources in many places. In theory, it should be only there, but I don't know if we are using it also for other cases, because our code bases start to become, you know, huge, and sometimes it's not so easy to expand without doing damages. Well, to expand, let's say to expand and change without doing damages. Yeah. Bam, ba, 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 bam. Un finocchio. We got a reasonable number. We got a reasonable number. We got a reasonable number. Okay, and here we are where, yep. And here we are. Yeah, so it was very reasonable. It was only a few places related to fishing, and then this one, which is the one that we have to change. So it was actually pretty good. Wait a second. Slice. Need to slice something. Okay, so okay. I don't know if this is really the right way. I'm thinking, right? Because we are passing in to the event a natural resource which includes the father resource and the sub. Yeah, it's correct. It's correct. Yeah, it's correct. It's correct. We need both so we can do whatever we want in the end of production event, right? Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's good. Yeah. Okay, so what do we do here? So we pass in our element, right? So it is the only case in which we will have this element in the list. This will be the only case, because here it will still be null pointer. Right? Okay. So now we have inside near natural resource, the father resource, and the sub item. Okay, so basically to visually see it, we have the full set of locations and the specific location that you are working on, right? Because all these locations are child of one single larger location that is managing the sub locations, right? Yeah, exactly. Now I'm thinking something that when our NPC are actually scouting for resources around, if they, I don't think that they are now capable of going to the sub resources, right? They are capable of going to the main resource, so I think I will have to change also the way the NPC are seeking resources around. I mean, for the mines, we are not changing, but for the other resources, they may. That's kind of a problem, huh? I don't know if I will remember it, but they may not be able to harvest these things. But it would be nice if they could, right? So imagine a player that goes into a forest, sees a resource, and then he sees an NPC going there, harvesting and depleting it, right? So that the player cannot get it because it's finished. That is pretty cool, but yeah. We lack the technology at the moment. But yes, it can be done. So now we have it inside of this, right? Good. So if we go back where we were, so if we go back to yeah. Now let me just ensure. So I have to be sure that the resource, the sub resource, is set to null in case we are not in a. Because if it's not null, right, we may mistakenly. No, I mean here. I don't know why these ones are not initialized, by the way. I mean, it's pretty bad that they are not initialized. I don't understand why they're not initialized. They should be initialized, right? Put them to null, please. Yeah, they should be null at the beginning. Because anyway, we have to set them explicitly, right? Also this distance, well, this distance is not 0, right? Okay. I think anyway there is no case where you are creating a natural resource without parameters, so it's fine. Okay. So we are sure that that is null. Okay, so we can check if that is not null, right? So if the resource we are using is a sub element or a sub resource, I don't know how to call it, but anyway, is part of an item group, right? So we have to check that if the resource is part of an item group, then remove one from the remaining amount, right? Remaining amount. So if my work event if my what? Work event. If my work event natural resource, near natural resource, whatever. How did I call it? Oh, it is an array though. No, wait a second. It cannot be an array. What do you mean? No. Here we are inside a 4, right? So we have one resource, hopefully. Exactly. this, this. This we actually never set to no, never set it to a variable. Okay, fine. But here we are still inside a for, so we are absolutely good. Wait, this is a pointer, I hope, no? What the fuck? That is not a pointer. That is not a pointer. That is not a pointer because... What? No, wait a second, it's impossible. What? Ah, because it's an element inside the array. No, but... okay, because it's an element inside the array. Uh-oh, I think we have a problem here. I mean, if that is getting copied, we are fucked, eh? I mean, if this resource item is actually copied over without... But I don't understand, because this is a pointer, right? There is a pointer. In my natural resource, right? This NRR. This one is not a pointer. Why is not a pointer? So that is hard copied into. Then inside it is a pointer, right? So I mean inside near resource, this one is a pointer. So this one anyway will be correct, right? But I don't understand why we need to copy this if no, I understand, because actually this one is created on the fly. Yeah, because this one is created on the fly only for the specific event. Yeah, no, it makes sense. But then inside of this we have a pointer to the... Okay, no, it's fine. Yeah, it's okay. This one is a pointer to our resource item, right? I think it's spelled wrong for whatever reason. Resource item. What? Resource item. Okay. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. So resource item is actually pointing to the live item. To the live item that has our remaining, right? Because what we want to see is if this thing is greater than 0 or not. What do we do? We remove one anyway, even if we go below 0. Again, in the case where there are two people harvesting the same resource, one is finishing, the other is finishing, we allow the second one to finish anyway or not? Because at this point we did it, so yeah, I think at this point, or we check it before, or we do this check before, right? And we say if the resource item equal to 0, sorry, you cannot, right? But so first of all, resource, yeah, we may also do that, right? So I could check at the beginning of this function. So basically when the player is finishing the work successfully, which is basically here, right? Successful, I could say we can do that. I think we can do that. So if he is successful, right, the last check, which we may put like here, yeah, we may put it like here. We can say if the resource item, so it's part of a group and someone else already depleted it, right? If the resource we're using is part of an item group, check if not already depleted by someone else. I mean, it cannot be us, because if it was us, we couldn't even start, right? Because we have to check that the remaining amount should be greater than 0. But another one could have started before us and completed before us, and so yeah. So we have to check if this is valid. Ouch. And remaining amount is less than 1, right? If it's less than 1, whatever value it is, whatever value it is, then we just return like if it was an error, right? We return like if it was an error, so something like that. I don't know. I think we already moved to peace. Or not? Did we move to peace mode? I don't know when we are moving peace mode. We have to be sure that... we are not moving to peace mode in these cases? Well, this basically will never happen. Let me see. You were not successful. Huh? What? Successful production. And then we go peace here. And then we go peace. Then we go peace. So in theory, if I just do this check here, is not good enough because I cannot just keep everything and I mean, I could do a giant else, right? But I have to put all of this inside the else, which is already fairly big. It's a bit annoying. It is a bit annoying. It is a bit annoying because I would like to follow the same, you know, logic of this code. And this code is basically relying on the fact that you are flagging, you're going through this and flagging. I mean, I can do else if, but I need these two lines, right? So I cannot really do else if. So should I place all of this inside a giant else? Pretty much until here. And then there is no other way. There is no other way. I don't know what to do, bro. I mean, if there's no other way. There's no other way. I need to do this. I need to do this. So if someone else harvested the last piece before you, right? So here we can say we can say the resource is depleted. Now this is kind of a very special case, but fine. I mean, it's like two players harvesting the same resource, and the second one arrives when the first already depleted it, and so this will happen. If not, like else, right? So if the resource item is valid, but the remaining amount is greater than one than zero is not less than one, right? So it's one or more. Then we do this, right? If the resource item is not valid, then we do this anyway, right? Because it's the standard case. Exactly. And so when we arrive here, we are sure that the resource has not been depleted. So we can just simply remove one, right, from I mean, we can still check if we want, right? We can still check that this is greater than 0, but it's not really important, I would say. I mean, it will always be, right? We can check it just to be sure, but just for sanity check, but the remaining amount will be greater than 0. And so in this case, we want to set this, you know, equal minus 1, minus equal 1. Please, no. Fuck my hand. Okay. Yeah, the muscle memory on the left hand for the minus doesn't exist. Because you always do it with the right hand. So my brain doesn't know how to do equal with the left. Okay. So now the point is that if we reach 0, right, we should then destroy the mesh. So the mesh should disappear. I mean, we should destroy the actor, right? The harvestable actor, whatever. How do we know? Well, we check if this thing is 0. This thing is kind of annoying the way it is written anyway. Can we there's a bit of a fucking okay. It's kind of simpler, huh? So if so the remaining amount is equal to 0 after our thing, then we want to remove the mesh. How do we remove it? Oh Jesus. Oh fuck. We absolutely have no reference. Really? Oh fuck. We have no reference between this and the spawned item? Oh my god. No, we don't. We have no idea. We have no idea what is the item on the ground. No. Okay. We have no idea what is the item on the ground because this structure is a purely logical structure and is not connected to anything in the world, pretty much. But at this point, it's not enough anymore because I want that item to disappear. I want the item to disappear. So there is no other way than when I'm doing the spawning. There's no way. I have to associate it somehow, some way. I have to. Yeah, when I do this, I have to associate this actor, right, to my. So or we return the actor, which probably is a good idea. Yeah, let's return the actor. Let's return the actor. Yeah, because my object has no idea of that. But now he will. But now he will. Now he will. Somehow he will. Okay, so don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. We call this thing only in two cases, right? So in the same way I so yeah, in natural resource element, right, we need to add a new, oh, look at this. We need to add a new thing. We need to add a new thing, which is actually should be a t-weak pointer, because that thing may be destroyed at any time, right? So it needs to be a t-weak pointer, and this is basically the spawned actor, if any, right? And as a default is a null point. Well, it is that. As a default is a null point. I'm pressing so many wrong keys, guys. You have no idea how many keys I'm pressing wrong. Like 30% probably. 30%. 30% of my keys fucked up completely. Like GG. But I will have to answer again. I will. I will have two hands again soon. They're saying about in about a week from now. In about a week from now. I will have two hands again. Okay. So wow, this is just the spawned actor. There's not much I can say. It's just the spawn actor. Okay, so we need to set this guy. No, wait. No, wait. I mean, here we have to destroy it. Is destroy taking any parameters, really? What parameters is taking? Net force should modify level. Okay. Okay, so this is destroying the actor, but we need to set this thing, right? At the moment we didn't set it yet. So we said that we have to set it when we are spawning it, right? And then I didn't do it. Okay, here. So okay. 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 Now the player doesn't know how many. I think this may work. This may work. We can test it. I think that the player doesn't know how many there are to harvest before he's actually depleting it. In our case, we said 4. Maybe let's move it to 2 just to be quicker. Right? So there will be 2 maximum. 2 maximum before it's depleted. Okay. I mean, we can test it, but probably we will have to debug it. But let's just run it normally and see what happens. Maybe it just works, right? Exactly how we should do. Maybe it just works. Wait. I did something bad. We have at least to check that spawned actor is valid, right? We have to check that. We have to check if it's valid. Yeah, spawned actor is a T-weak object pointer, right? Yeah. I mean, it needs to be valid and not already pending destruction, right? Obviously. I mean, for the same reason that 2 players may deplete the same resource. Multiplayer is so fun. So fun, boys! Yeah, they're always advertising what's new on Prime, but it's usually pretty bad stuff. Okay. Let's see if it works. So basically what we did is the following. Harvest must consider the item group locations. Yeah, that's done. Well, we have to test it now actually, but in theory we did this and this. We did not do this yet, right? The last one we didn't do it yet. The respawn. But I think the respawn should just ask, yeah, should call a separate function. I don't think we should do it there. Maybe even the destroy, we should not do it there. We should call spawn manager and say, hey, this natural resource now is without, right? Spawn it again. Oh, what a news is night. What a news. Okay, so here is our harvestable thingy. And It's a bit weird it's always the same position, but fine, because we have 3 positions, right? So we should see if we can harvest it twice successfully. Not successful, okay. Successful, so 1. And now it should disappear. Magic, magic. Ah, it disappeared. Okay, so it kind of works. I think it would be nice if the disappearance would be kind of a fade, right? Like the object is fading away, not just poof like that, but fine. I mean, I think it's okay. I mean, maybe it would also be nice if there is a sound or something like is, you know, crumbling down or whatever. But we can do that later. But yeah, it seems to be working, right? So now if I try to harvest here, it's not possible anymore, right? And it's not possible anymore because in reality the resource is still there, but the amount is 0, right? The amount is 0. So we are not able to harvest because the amount is 0 or less than 0. Okay, that's very, very good. This is very, very good. So we basically did this one and this one. Now we need to do this. That after you harvest in one place, right? Another place spawns. And I would say that probably we should do it in context of the destroy. And I think we should do it probably inside another function, right? Another function of work manager, which is, we can call it respawn natural resource or something like that, right? Because there is a very specific separate action. Is a separate action. Well, yeah. So and spawn a new one, right? So we destroy and then we call a new function that is called how do we call it? Should be something like spawn, but we already have a million spawn. So where do we have spawn natural resource? We have it in spawn manager, huh? So in theory it should be spawn manager. Spawn manager. Spawn. But we already have spawn natural resource locations. Let me see what we have with natural. We have spawn natural resource location, spawn natural resource single. Because this one. Should we just call this one again? No, because this is doing the whole universe. this is doing the whole universe. I mean, we may call this one, but we need and also we need to remove the one where we are at the moment, no? What happens if you select and take? You cannot take. That's only harvestable. If you have seen, when I right click, there is only harvest possible. You cannot pick up. It's not possible. You can only harvest. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I don't know what I'm thinking. Yes, I'm thinking if we can call it respawn, right? Yeah, maybe respawn is a better. So we call it respawn, right? Respawn, new, no. Respawn natural resource. Respawn natural resource, and then I want to say that is at a new location, right? Is at a new location. Respawn natural resource, new location. Well, new location, I don't know. Respawn natural resource, random location. Yeah. It's a bit long of a name, but it's okay. Respawn random resource in other location. Now, what is the problem? The problem is that it may respawn in the same place, right? And that's kind of annoying. That is kind of annoying. So should we... So how do we know which one is the current one? Well, the current one is our temp, right? Yes. This is our current resource item. Well, we can also place it in the same place. I mean, it's fine to me. I mean, if we have like 3 locations and the randomizer chooses the same location, I think it's fine. If it's finished, no, it's not finished. Still have a few pieces to do. Would the system also distribute the plants so that some only grow nearby? So no, that we place manually. We place manually the plants. We place manually. So we decided that the locations are predefined by us, right? Is not spawn inside an area randomly with some logic. So we can place them where we want. Yeah, not all together one by one, exactly. So you have like 10 locations and one is chosen randomly. When you finish harvesting one, another one respawns after some time, right? So we can choose the locations. Yeah, my only problem is what parameter does this thing needs? It needs the father resource, no? Yeah. It needs the father resource. Because the father resource is the one that I use to spawn. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so if I create this function, right? This does not exist. Can you create it? You cannot. Okay. So if you go in spawn manager, If we go in spawn manager, and we say after a resource is depleted, a new one is generated, right? So now we can do it with 0 time, but in theory we would like to have it with a timer, so that there is some time before one and the other, right? And I think we already have that. We already have an event for that. I think we already have an event for that. Natural resource. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this now works, right? Yeah. This now works. So what I want to do, I want to spawn a new resource. I want to spawn a new resource. Well, that's not hard because I can just do the same that I did already. So I have to get a unique random number, right? And then well, which in this case will be even be simpler because it's only, I mean, you can just randomize, and then after randomizing we just call this. I mean, this is not what we have to do. This is not what we have to do, but because I'm lazy, I'm just copying it. But in reality, the random resource, right, is just an fmat rand in range of what, starting from 0 up to resource num, right? So this will allow the resource to respawn exactly in the same place, right? Which is kind of annoying, but res dot item group dot num, yeah, exactly. -1, wait, wait, what? Rand, what? Rand range, bro. The fuck you want? So this will be your index. Now, I don't remember if this thing is randomizing max -1 or no, it is equal to. So we have to do -1 here. We have to do -1. And then with this index, right? With this index, we get the natural resource item group index. Right. So we get this index, whatever it is. So this is basically randomly choose one. Randomly choose one available location, right? Randomly choose one available location, and then here is just spawn it, right? Spawn it. So the position is, yes, is that location. This is gonna do the spawn where not res ID. I don't know exactly why we do that, but it's fine. It's because we need where the spawn mesh is again res spawn mesh. Yep, and the position is the position. And then we have our spawned actor. We set it on the, yeah, we set it on our resource, and then we set the remaining amount. Exactly. We set the remaining amount equal to this. Now, all this we should do only if res item group is valid. Because if res item group num is less than 1, right, then we cannot do anything. Right? So this should be different than, this should be greater than 0, right? It should be greater than 0, otherwise... so if it's less than 0, means that something went wrong, right? We are trying to generate something in the wrong place, with the wrong resource. I don't know. I mean, it's a weird case, right? It should never happen, but just for sake of sanity, right? So I think here we can have ulog. Something's fucked up, right? No, server start, no. Okay, log spawner, yeah. So if this happens, we can say log spawner error. We can say could not respawn natural resource in random location because due to 0 locations. Due to 0 locations found, right? So it will never happen in theory, but okay. So now it should spawn and set. So this should be enough. This should be enough for the respawn. This should be enough for the respawn, my friends. That's incredible. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. Let's see. I would like to see the starting location not always be the same, but fine. It's the third time that the starting location is the same one, but we have 3 places. So I mean, the randomizer is just randomizing. Now I think we have a to-do here that, you know, we may have a scheduled respawn, and then we schedule respawn, and then we do this after some time, right? At the moment it's instant, but I don't think that instant is a great idea. I mean, people probably would like that to be instant, but I don't know if you want to exclude the current location. I don't know exactly how to do that, because we will have to randomize excluding the current location. Well, I have to create an array. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. I have to create an array, but this time I have to create an array without that value. Yeah. So I remove one element, and then I shuffle, and then I randomize, and then I pick the first element. Yeah. Okay. I think this shuffle idea is fantastic. No! I used another character. I wanted the same character because it was already in the right spot. In the right spot. Ba 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 bum. (64-bit). It's kind of funny that it still say 64-bit. I mean, technically, yes, it is, but is there anything still 32-bit anywhere? I don't know. Very old PC, but... Fuck, he's always here. Why is always here? Why is always spawning in the same spot? Huh? In theory, it's randomized. No? It is. It is randomized. How it is possible that he's always here? Anyway. Fine. So we are going to harvest 2 times. We see if we are successful or not. Not successful. Okay. Not successful. Oh my god. Please. Well, I'm increasing my skill though while I'm doing this. I'm increasing my skill, so... Okay. 3rd time not successful. Okay, 1. We need 2. We need a 2. Fuck. Yeah, we have like 1 rank in harvesting. So we are not very good at it. Please. So now it should disappear and it should appear somewhere else. Hopefully not in the same spot, but it may also be in the same spot. Okay, I understand I need to raise my harvesting a bit. Okay, now we have 50 harvesting. I hope it's a bit easier. Okay, disappeared. And it appeared there. Wait. It appeared there. Fantastic. Can we harvest this? Why there are all these freaking plants? Can we harvest this now or not? We can. It works, boys. It works. It works. Now, the only problem is that at the moment is instant, right? It is instant. So I don't think we want it to be instant, but I mean, this will be an eternal cycle, right? So we have 3 locations and it will continuously randomize between the 3. Yeah, so like now, he respawned in the same spot. Now we respawn in the same spot, but I think it's fine. I think it's okay. Also because we will have probably something like 10 locations or so for every spot, right? Or more. So I think it will be unlikely that it goes in the same place, right? It may happen, but yup, it disappeared and now it's there in our 3rd spot. Yeah, it is the 3rd spot. Nice. Okay, let me see if we can just be sure that at server startup is not always the same spot, right? Because it happened like many times and it is a bit weird. So I just want to be sure that at least one time we get it in another spot, right? At least one time. But yeah, it is working, guys. It is working. So I think we did it. We did it. Respawn after harvest is done. Now, if we want to do a bit more, we could do... we could add a timer, right? Add a timer between respawns, right? We can add a timer between respawns. I don't know how long it should be, but I think between like 10 seconds and 20 seconds, something like that. I mean, even if that happened, it would just feel like harvestable spot with more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think that, well, if we don't have the timer, if we have the timer, it will disappear and then reappear in the same place. But probably the player would have moved by then, right? So the player just looks around, goes back, sees it again in the same place, and okay, I think this time is in a different spot. Yeah, this time, yeah. Part that is completely dark, but yeah, this time is in the 2nd spot because we have one here next to the house, one there, and one on the road, right? So okay, good. So yeah, it is randomizing it. It is randomizing it. Okay. Yeah, so I think that now the system is much better than before. Like in WoW, you can sometimes get a rich node or a normal node. Yeah, I think it's fine, exactly. Now the amount, we can randomize it, right? At the moment, the amount is always fixed and it's based on what we have on the database. So if we say amount 2, right? The amount stays as 2, but we can randomize it. I mean, we can increase it or decrease it randomly, right? I don't know, we can do like plus minus 20% or something like that. It was my idea, right? So that you get, yes, more rich or less rich node, like this thing, like plus minus 20%. So it's not always the same, right? Because it feels a bit weird that it's always the same. So randomize. So let's say plus minus 20% amount. Okay, but pretty happy that we did that. So let's say that the system is ready. The system is ready for the data, right? So now we need the data. So we really need all the locations, and this can be done without a client update, right? Because all the changes that I did are all server side. So I can release it, you know, tomorrow if we want, and start to have it this way. So So that's pretty good. I'm really good. I'm really happy about that. Nice. Nice. I think I'm gonna go. I will play a bit of Baldur's Gate and yeah, it's like nearly midnight. We streamed quite a bit. No, I started early. We streamed a bit today. Yeah, we streamed 7 hours, which is nice. Usually when we stream more time, we get more follow and more viewers overall because it's more time, and mainly Saturday, Sunday. So I think it may also help to grow the stream a bit. We still remain kind of a niche stream, right? So we do real work here, and usually people don't want to look real work. They want to look like fun stuff. And I understand. Okay, guys, so thank you for watching. If you want to click on follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, that would be nice. Also, if you want to know our socials, you can go to our main page, planeshift.it, and here at the top you have all the socials, right? And you can connect to. Remember that our game is actually released, so you can play it on Windows, Linux and Mac. And yup, we had a release recently, so it should be fairly stable at the moment. We had a stabilization release just a few days ago, like a week ago, and so yeah, it should be good. Should we do a raid? I think Saturday we can do a raid. Let's do a raid on Twitch. Let's do a Twitch raid. Twitch raid! She's working on the game launch. Let me see who else we have on Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine. This guy is playing, this guy is playing, this guy is playing. No, this guy is doing what? He's doing some Blender stuff. I don't know, we can go to this guy. This guy is doing Unreal stuff. I don't know what he's doing though. Solo chatting. Let's go to this guy. I don't know this guy. Let's go to this guy. I don't know him. So it's always good to have, you know, new viewers. I mean, new streamers. So I'd like to raid him. Okay, guys, stay for the raid if you want. Say hello and in the new stream. And yup, I will see you soon. Bye bye. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Bye.